Thanks a lot. It's for extremely powerful performance, Angela Aldeps, a dancer and performer from Damascus, Syria, who is living nowadays in Helsinki. Angela Aldeps arrived in Helsinki more than a year ago through Artist at Risk residency program. And Artist at Risk has a pleasure to welcome you all to Risk and Rebellion Symposium today. Angela Aldeps is staying in Helsinki now as a professional artist. Artist at Risk works with professional artists, as you can see, based on Angela's performance. Artist at Risk was founded in 2013, and it works in intersection of arts and human rights. I'm Marita Muukkonen, co-founding director of Artist at Risk, together with Ivor Stodolski.
I'm Ivor Stodolski, also co-founding director of Artists at Risk, and we would like to just welcome you to this day-long symposium. It's going to be a long symposium, and then 2 hours of a concert celebrating or commemorating, however we put it, the 10th anniversary of the Egyptian Revolution. And today also we are commemorating, celebrating the 20th anniversary of the founding of the World Social Forum in Porto Alegre in Brazil. This symposium has multiple functions, and it's an experiment in a new form of online production, which we have never done before, so bear with us, please. I would like to just point out that one of the key functions, aside from we start with art and we end with art, but one of the key functions is participation. So we have many chat boards. Please join them. Go to Telegram, go to Facebook, go to YouTube. Ask your questions. They will be filtered out by our moderation team and brought back to us. One of the key functions that I would like to also emphasize before we continue is that aside from just presenting you with a full program of thought-provoking material, I hope, we want you to know that Artists at Risk has an open call. It's always open. So if you know an artist who's at risk, you can apply in 9 languages. Read the open call. Please apply. And pass that on to your channels, your networks.
We'll go a little bit back into history. It's Ivor mentioned that we are here today also in the eve of Egyptian revolution. And actually that takes us back to those times when Artists at Risk was founded, because we both are curators and we have worked with politically engaged artists. And at that time, we were working a lot in Egypt and in Middle East when the wave of revolutions happened. And before that, we have worked with dissidents, for example, in Russia and Ukraine. And it became clear to us that there were artists who were fighting for freedom, human rights, freedom of speech, for economical justice, for social justice, for basic rights. And they were peers, they were colleagues, and they were in need of short breather. They had to get out because they were putting their lives at risk. And therefore, we established first a residency program, then an institution, which is providing shorter and longer breathers for art practitioners who are fighting for all of us for those basic freedoms we can't risk today. And as we speak, we saw yesterday that there were big demonstrations in all over Russia, for example, and more than 3,000 people have been detained. So basically there was the wave of revolutions. But these battles are not over. We have witnessed what is happening in Belarus for more than 6 months now. So basically, there was a wave of square movements that day, and there has been backlash, which we have witnessed. But there are struggles going on. It's every day. And we are also going to talk about those struggles today.
That's correct. And just to give a little bit more of a panoramic overview of Artists at Risk's network, we are anchored in Helsinki, but we've had up to approximately 19, now 20 former, current, and future Artists at Risk safe havens around the world. And we're very pleased that today we will be joined by some of our newest members who are setting up Artists at Risk residencies in India, Sri Lanka, and in London and in Tbilisi. So these Artists at Risk safe havens are places where artists in that part of the world can go to or be hosted for short or long-term residencies and stay out of harm's way while they continue to do their work. And we treat them as artists. We don't treat them as, refugees, as people who are, need pity. These are great professionals. These are amazing, amazing artists. And we work with them as artists on a peer-to-peer level. That means we're equals. And this is something we hope we kind of continue to do in our work. So today's seminar or symposium, which will go on for until 8 o'clock Eastern European time, is about facing a world in crisis. I think I'll just read a little bit from the general concept, so you might have heard this before. It's on the webpage of artistsAtRisk.org. Risk and Rebellion is a symposium about what it takes to face a world in crisis. Artists at Risk stands at the intersection of the arts and human rights. And the crises of our times are also intersectional, entangling multifold societal, economic conflicts, ecological emergencies, and multi-causal forced migration. So these are many things we're talking about. These are big topics. But we're saying we're not going to be satisfied with talking about just one because they're intertangled. And so we're going to start today's symposium with the focus on artists with Chapter 1. And in Chapter 2, we're going to go 20 years back to the beginnings of the World Social Forum and then bring it up to where they stand today. In Chapter 3, if you want to continue, please go ahead.
In Chapter 3, we will talk about the movement of the squares we referred to already. It's basically they started in 2011 and they are going on until today, as I said, in Moscow, in Belarus, and so on. And from there, we will move to look at the situation, especially in Egypt, Tunisia, and Syria, the situation after revolutions there. And the last chapter is about the most burning crisis of today, ecological crisis, and that refers to our work also because the new branch of Artists at Risk is Ecologists at Risk. There are more ecological defenders murdered than journalists, for example, in Latin America today. So we are kind of all the time referring to contemporary situation and going back to the history of the movements.
And of course, if you think about it, what does an artist at risk do when they're at risk? They got to go. They have to move. And people on the move need to go somewhere. And where do they go? They migrate. They try to get somewhere else. So a lot of our residents have crossed continents. They've come all the way through 5 different countries to reach us. Angela Aldebs spent about 1.5 years gaining enough papers to go through 3 different countries in order to gain a visa to reach Helsinki. It was an incredibly difficult process. So these things make us, if we may, have a quick look to remind our audience of what our continent has done to the rest of the world in a way by not letting them in. We've posted here a list of, I think it's currently 44,000 people who have drowned in the Mediterranean Sea. That is our wall as Europeans. We have to face that we have a separation wall. We have the wall that we criticize America for, or Israel, or China, or other places. This is our wall. 44,000 people died in the Mediterranean. We're going to keep this here. And it references an artist who we would like to just discuss in a second.
It's just to remind, that's the actually deadliest wall in the whole wide world. That's the European wall. We will come back to this, but we'll give a short introduction of Kianosh Ramezani, who is one of the artists from Iran, who is based here in Helsinki, and who is also a steering committee member of Artists at Risk. Kianosh is a political cartoonist and visual activist who is very prominent in France. It's working for several newspapers there.
So we'll open Chapter 1 with a presentation by Kianosh Ramezani.
Thank you.
Nasrin Sotoudeh is a human rights lawyer, an activist imprisoned in Iran with a very heavy charge. And I launched a global cartoon campaign to support this lawyer. I titled it like United Sketches for Nasrin. I invited all international cartoonists to draw about Nasrin and to send their cartoons to me by email. Then I chose the Instagram platform because Instagram is quite popular in Iran and millions of Iranians are following this social media. I published cartoons one by one, and it got a lot of attention inside Iran. And also the Nasrin family themselves, they shared the cartoons themselves in their own network. And finally, the official web page, the official Facebook page of Nasrin Sotoudeh also shared a collection of cartoons in their network. Why I chose cartoon? Because I believe that cartoon is one of the most important and strongest medium for any human rights campaigns. We can send a message, we can communicate with all layers of society with image at a very short time in a very clear way. And that's how cartooning can be used in the human rights campaigns. The campaign is still active, and I'm still receiving great cartoons from my colleagues, and we hope that this brings a lot of attention to her case, but most of all, it already got a lot of hope and good energy to her family and to herself.
Strong words by our friend Kianush Ramazani. Next up is a self-interview by Kirill Medvedev, straight from the demonstrations for Navalny in Moscow, recorded just a few hours ago, literally, maybe 24, maybe 30 hours ago. So I think it's a very relevant, up-to-date topic. Kirill, thank you.
Hello, my name is Pavel Katarzewski. I am a member of the Central Committee of the Belarusian Party of the Left Fair World. Also I am a master in political science, and currently I live in Minsk. As for current political situation in Belarus,
Hi, my name is Kirill Medvedev. I'm an activist and a poet and a musician from Moscow. And my entire newsfeed is full of arrests on the eve of tomorrow's action for the freedom of Alexei Navalny. He's an oppositional politician and a voice of democratic protest in Russia now. And for several years in his videos he was exposing corruption among top officials in Russian government and FSB. And in the end they tried to poison him, and he made a video investigation in which he directly accused the FSB and Putin of his poisoning. Navalny is a liberal politician. There was a time when he was even a nationalist, but his achievement lies in the fact that for the first time he began to speak loudly and clearly about the wealth of those in power. And what worries us, I mean me and my friends and my comrades, what worries us most of all is how in this wave of protest that Navalny is raising, how can be heard the voices of those groups in whose interests, in our opinion, our country should change. I mean the interests of workers, of women, of national and cultural minorities. And we think about what idea of Russia and what idea of internationalism is needed for this, and in what history we can take this idea. Some tell us that our history, the history of Russia, is all about victories and greatness, and others tell us that our history is all about slavery and about dictatorship and totalitarianism. But in order to resist today, we need a different history, and we are trying to look for it in different activist traditions of the past. And we try to update these traditions through music. Last year, our Arkady Kots band started recording so-called Trans-European Partisan Jam. It's songs of various European partisan movements during World War II, and songs that we recorded decently with musicians from different countries. And this project for us is an opportunity to reformulate our past in such a way that it gives us something to rely on. In this regard, activism is inseparable from art, because art gives us means to renovate an objective tradition. And though it brings me myself serious problems, because activism and art are always very hard to combine, but still I'm sure that if we socialists and anti-fascists and feminists and union activists don't have our own history, don't have our own political agenda, we will continue to move blindly and rely on benefactors from the side. But as our favorite song says, no higher power will save us, no God, no Caesar, no tribune. Salute from Moscow.
We stand in the solidarity with all the protesters and detained protesters in Russia yesterday and last night. The next speaker is from Belarus, and we have witnessed protests there for more than 6 months. So Pavel Katarchovsky is a political scientist, and he's a member of Left Party Fair World, and he has also been detained and been target of brutal police violence in Belarus. But he has a hopeful message to us.
Hello, my name is Pavel Katarchovsky. I am a member of the Central Committee of the Belarusian Party of the Left Fair World. Well, also I am a master in political science, and currently I live in Minsk. As for current political situation in Belarus, people of our country fighting with dictatorship since May of 2020. So protests lasts almost for 9 months. After main day of elections in August, protests became more radical, workers started striking, and you know all the story that since August in Belarus we have very intensive political repressions. We have thousands of detained people, we have tortures, we have hundreds of political prisoners. Well, unfortunately in our country you can be arrested or you can get fine only because of photo with symbols of opposition in your social networks. Well, after winter started, unfortunately, protests not so large and not so many people in the streets as we saw it in summer and autumn, but now people continue to take in the streets, especially at the weekends. Every day, some of workers join in a kind of individual strike, and political repressions more intensive from day to day. Now many people have to leave country to find a safe place, because many people in prisons now. Many people fight from the work, from the jobs because of the political activity. Well, and I have to say that now Lukashenko tried to organize fake discussion with society. In fact, it will be a discussion with the part of bureaucracy and loyal civil movements.
Okay.
And we are waiting for February, because the regime will try to keep current situation when everything is our control of the dictatorship, and people are scared. But of course, protests will start again in the spring. I'm almost sure, because it stopped. Just because the weather, the situation with pandemic crisis. You know, we have now a very difficult situation with pandemic crisis. So, and I think it is very possible that finally something change in Belarus till spring. I think it is possible, but also we have some difficulties. For example, you know, government made law more strict about political activities, and now we have really crazy fines, a crazy long term of administrative arrest, and so on. But I think I hope finally we will win, and all democratic and left forces continue to fight in democracy and social justice now.
Thank you very much, Pavel, for that contribution. Once again, this is very fresh material. We have had to record some of this in order to make sure that we can screen it to you live. Their events are ongoing. Many of these people are at risk as we speak. So we wanted to make sure that our audience gets to see, as it happens, video interviews from the scene. We've also introduced a little element here into the set. This is here a live cam from Bolotnaya Square in Moscow. You can see it's very much under clampdown. The authorities have closed many public squares. And we, as Marita said at the beginning, over 1,000 people were arrested yesterday. We're going to try to get webcams from different cities to show you we're not sitting here in some kind of online, bubble. We're part of the world. We have to use this new format in a way that connects to the grounded, worldly place we're on, this planet.
Art is a powerful tool, and therefore it's artist at risk defending its democratic rights, as we heard from earlier speakers. What we have witnessed in Belarus, there has been some artists murdered in the protests. Next we will hear Stephen Forty, who is a journalist and a historian from Club Tenko. And Club Tenko have established a new award, Group Urum Award. And Group Urum is a Turkish folk band group, and the members have been imprisoned, detained 3 people died in hunger strikes last year, and that is a proof that art, such leaders as Erdogan really feel that its artists are a threat. Same as in Russia. So let's hear Stephen Forti from Club Tenko describing the prize. And actually, the first prize went to Rami Essam, who we will hear later on today.
I'll just add a couple of thoughts to that. That the Club Tenko, if you haven't heard of it, is very well known in Italy because that's where it is, in San Remo. Stephen Forti is currently in Barcelona, and Club Tenko has honored people like Tom Waits, like Laurie Anderson and others. We're very proud to have them as a partner. Thank you for joining us today.
Hello everybody, I'm Stephen Forti, member of the board of Club Tenko Association. First of all, I want to thank Artists at Risk and say that for us it's a pleasure to be in a Risk and Rebellion event. Club Tenko Association was founded in the city of Sanremo, Italy, in 1972 by Amilcare Rambaldi, an ex-partisan that during the Second World War fought against Nazi fascism. Rambaldi understood at the beginning of the 70s that there were no places in Italy for a singer-songwriter, so decided to create this association together with other young guys at that moment as Enrico De Angelis or Sergio Secondiano Sacchi, that nowadays is the artistic director of Club Tenko Association. Club Tenko is dedicated to the memory of Luigi Tenco, an Italian singer-songwriter that in 1967 committed suicide during a pop festival to protest against the discographic industry. During the last almost 50 years, Club Tenko organized a lot of events, especially a festival, usually during the month of October in the city of Sanremo. Sanremo in that week is full of concerts and events about chanson d'auteur, canzone d'autore, with the participation of a lot of artists from all Italy and all around the world. In the last 50 years, we gave the Premio Tenko Awards to the career of a lot of artists that came to Sanremo. I want to mention between a lot of them the name of Atahualpa Yupanqui, Pablo Milanés, Tom Waits, Laurie Anderson, Luis Llach, Leo Ferré, or Sergio Godin. In 2020, we also decided to create a new prize. We understand that we cannot stand anymore after the death of 3 members of Group Yorum, a Turkish band that died last spring after very long hunger strike to protest against the repression of Erdogan regime. And so we created, together with Amnesty International Italia, this prize that is dedicated to the artists that all around the world fought with their songs and their music for human rights and for freedom. The first artist that received the Group Yorum in 2020 was Rami Essam, because we thought that his fight, his life, his songs, his music represent the spirit of Group Yorum. We hope that next year, if the situation of COVID will be better in Italy, we could organize our festival in Sanremo, and so we wait for Rami Essam and the Group Yorum artist awarded in this year, 2021, to sing and to play their music and to debate with us in the Ariston Theatre in the city of Sanremo. We also wanted to say that the decision to give Group Yorum Award to Rami Essam is also a message to Italian public opinion and to our government, because we could not understand that our government continued to sell armies to Al-Sisi regime. This is not possible nowadays because the situation in Egypt is really dramatic. And Rami Essam, with his fight, continued to say and to explain us this. And so now that is 10 years since the Arab Spring and the revolution, Egyptian revolution, we want to remember that moment and remember that we should continue to fight also from a cultural association as Kleptenko that is dedicated to the singer-songwriter. I hope to see you soon in Sanremo, maybe in October for the next Premio Tenko, all together with Rami Sam.
Okay, so we're back from Sanremo in Moscow. Still the same gray landscape, lockdown, but only yesterday was full of people. And only a few months ago, one of our board members, International Advisory Board members, Masha Alyokhina, did a special action with Pussy Riot. And I'd like to show you this. We have asked for permission to show it. It might be something you've seen before, but as Masha is our international board member, we think it's worth you getting this. This starts a little block we're doing on LGBTQ rights, and it's not located in any single country of the world. It's a problem that is pretty much universal to humankind, the discrimination of minorities for their gender and sex orientations. Thank you.
Когда был летом месяц гордости, в разных посольствах появлялись разноцветные флаги. И была такая история, что в Санкт-Петербурге на одной из школ на флагштоке появился флаг. Я запомнил слова директрисы, она очень была недовольна и сказала, что это какая-то школьница устроила ЛГБТ-диверсию. Я очень смеялся и сказал, ну давайте, хорошо, мы вам покажем, что такое настоящая диверсия. Выбрали самые знаковые места. Они не касаются каких-то религиозных или памятных сооружений. Собственно, они направлены в первую очередь на режим, который является крайне гомофобным, который издает гомофобные законы и репрессивные законы в отношении ЛГБТ.
Плохо стоит, я держу. Кто вас послал? Право. Мы право. Ну, сказали день рождения Путина, сказали, нужно украсить.
Что украсть? Что вы вешаете? Уберите. Да. Это согласовано с министерством?
Да. Это все право согласовано. Конечно, наше право послало.
Снимите, сейчас прямо снимите.
Нет, мы сейчас все предоставим вам. У нас как бы все начальника.
Сейчас снимите.
Мы не можем снять, нас послали, как бы, право.
Что значит не можем? Что значит не можем снять? Документы мне предоставьте.
Да, я не право, у нас нет документов. Сейчас мы позовем старшего, мы просто выполняем свою работу.
Я ему сказала, звоните в управу, какие у нас типа.
Мне кажется, он не понял, что это за флаг, просто подумал, флаг.
Он понял.
В этом было наше главное высказывание. Создать для тех людей, которые находятся за этими стенами, там, безусловно, тоже есть представители квир-сообщества, акт высвобождения. Размещая эти флаги, мы даем им возможность высвободиться и принять себя.
Я бы хотела сказать пару слов по поводу того, почему мы выбрали этот день, потому что, ну, как бы каждый гражданин должен быть своей страной. К сожалению, Путин полностью открепился от этого. Путин не является Россией. Россия — это мы. Россия — это все те люди, которые верят в светлое, все, кто что-то делает для того, чтобы это светлое скорее наступило. И поэтому мы решили на день рождения Путина дарить подарки не Путину, потому что зачем ему подарки, у него так все есть, а решили дарить освобождение и какое-то новое надежду.
Thank you, Masha. There are consequences for this kind of actions we just saw. Masha was fined for this action, as we all know that Pussy Riot faced 2 years in prison for their former action. Next, we will travel to Kenya. We are really happy that Kramos Aspect Rainbow Ambassador Kenya recorded a video for us from undisclosed location. We wanted to hear her voice in panel discussion to follow, but in her case, it's not safe enough to talk next to the neighbors. Kramos Aspect was artist at risk resident in Barcelona. Last year, he returned to her country of origin, Kenya, which has been misusing COVID-19 emergency laws like many governments all around the world. So at the moment, the situation of artists and other dissidents is actually much more dangerous than it was prior to pandemic. So next, Kramos Aspect, Rainbow Ambassador, Kenya.
There are way too many gods. Had to choose the real from the illusionary. Which one do I serve? Allah, Guy, the god of Agikuyu, Sai of the Luo, or the one of the Calvary? Different scriptures, even the Al-Shabaab and the Al-Qaeda claim to be following the word when sending people to the mortuary. Variety of cultures, some great, others pathetic, like female genital mutilation is slavery. Religious leadership role called Mugawe among Ameru of Kenya existed way before missionary. Ganga ya Chibanda, a priest of gigs in the Congo, was contemporary. But all these gods, scriptures and cultures shares love that is mandatory. Rainbow Way is all about love, free will in both parties, so don't compare it with burglary. And most of you do relate, so don't you act like the term homosexual is a vocabulary. If living in the closet or doing it behind your wife's back, your sons and daughters will have me to thank for bravery. I am biologically programmed within, beyond no choice, hence this is not temporary. And I'm not any less of a person, pertaining God's love and kingdom. I am a fishery. Praises be to my maker, for I am wonderfully and beautifully made, quite the opposite of a mockery. Grim suspect. I got too many clothes to find a place in the closet, hence out in the light. I am exemplary. My name is Gremo Suspect, Rainbow Ambassador Kenya, aka Mtetezi wa Raia, which means citizens defender. I am a lyrical and pictorial activist, which means that I write music and poetry and deliver in form of rap and spoken word. And all my art is all about human rights. Recently, I released an album titled Embrace Diversity, and the entire project focuses strictly on matters affecting the LGBTQI+ community in Kenya. And you can find the album in my website at Gremo Suspect, Rainbow Ambassador, Kenya.com, and all other digital platforms around the world. I also do pictorial activism, like I said. I shoot still pictures and moving pictures that I take alongside my partner to advance my advocacy. Being gay in Kenya is extremely hard, and it is punishable by law for over 14 years in jail. So most people choose to live in the closet. Only a few who are bold enough come out. And what follows is surely a blow, both to that person and to every other person out there who would want to live their full lives in the open. You see, here in Kenya, when people know that you're gay, you become the center of ridicule, cruel ridicule. And woe is to us females who are masculine and men who are feminine by nature, because you do not have a choice to come out of the closet or to live there, because they see you on the street and bam, there and there, they decide that you are gay. They start howling abuses, attacking you, and it's only by sheer luck if you come out of the situation unscathed. I am a lesbian and I'm proudly out of the closet, and I've suffered greatly for that, and mostly for being an LGBTQI+ activist. But I'm not the only one who is suffering because of her sexuality. Lesbians are being raped by their fathers, brothers, and other members of the society in a bid to straighten them, whatever that fucking means. Gay men are being killed on the streets. Transgender and intersex persons are committing suicide because they can't take it anymore. And just 2 months ago, we lost an LGBTQI+ activist, Kawira Mwirichia. She went missing, then found in her house, dead. We need justice for that lost life. You see, when I started this fight, I knew from the word go that I wouldn't do it alone. So I started a group called Rainbow Talent Kenya. This is a group of Kenyans who uses their talents to fight for LGBTQI+ rights. They're the one who helped me in delivering the album Embrace Diversity. I couldn't do it without them. And together, we aim at creating a learning, recording, and performing environment that is discrimination-free. Art is a powerful thing, and we believe if we use it right, we are going to be able to achieve our freedom. And though it's not going to be easy, we know that, but it's only for that purpose that we're in this world, fighting for the rights of people who are like us. I have escaped death severally. And if it were not for artists at risk, I don't think I would be alive today. Hence, I want to take this opportunity to thank artists at risk. Thank you so much, Marita. Thank you so much, Ivor, and your team. You took me under your umbrella and you have shielded me at all times. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Grandma. We have Grandma to thank for an amazing start of Artists at Risk in Catalonia. She played, I think, 10 gigs in the space of 3 months. We were blown away by her work. Incredible artist, amazing hip-hopper. She was a complete, she was just living on the beach, running away from society when we were contacted by her girlfriend. And now she's doing great work, published a new album, amazing. Grandma Suspect, look her up. Now we're going to see something Georgi Radionov has produced. It's an interview with a club owner and producer, Naya Arashvili. And she basically has created a club underneath Olympic Stadium in Tbilisi. And we're introducing this also. We've just talked about artists and risk. And this is a Artists at Risk residency in Tbilisi that is being founded by Georgi and Sofia. And we would just welcome them to the network. We're welcoming new members all the time. Please be in touch with us if you want to. And hear the interview from the club owner, Naya Arashvili.
Evar Naja Arashvili Tbilisidan, თავს მოვიაზრებ როგორც საცეკვაო მოედნის აქტივისტად, ჭირა რომ საცეკვაო მოედნებს მართლაც ჩადოსნული ძალა აქვს. უკანასკნელ 30 წელიწადში 4 ომში დამარცხებული ქვეყანა ვართ, ომების თაობა, რომელსაც სიღარიბეში, მუშაობაში ხანგრძლივ იზოლაციაში მოუწია ცხოვრება ის დაწყვეტები, რომელშიც ძალიან მაღალია ჰომოფობიის, ქსენოფობიის მაჩვენებელი, სადაც ძალიან მაღალია ფემიციდი. და ამიტომ გახდა საჭირო გაერთიანება თანასწორობის იდეების გარშემო და მიზანი მართული ბრძოლის დაწყება. თბილისის ეროვნული სტადიონის მიწის ქვეშ მდებარე კუბი-ბასიანი ზუსტად 6 წლის წინ გაიხსნა, რომლის სიმბოლოს გაბრაზებული ჯარისკაცია და ამ გაბრაზებული მოზარდის უკან უნდა დაინახო ის ადამიანები, რომლებიც სოციალური სამართლიანობისა და თანასწორობისთვის იბრძვიან. ზოგადად კლუბი განსხვავებული ხედვებისა და ინტერესების მქონე ადამიანების თავშეყრის ადგილია და ამ ადამიანებს ძალიან ბევრი საერთო პრობლემა, საზიარო იდეები, ემოციები აკავშირებთ. და სწორედ ეს არის მიზეზი, რომ ეს ადამიანები თვითორგანიზდებიან, ერთიანდებიან. თბილისის კლუბების მთავარი მონოპოლიც სწორედ ესაა, რომ კლუბში მოსიარული ადამიანები საცეკვაო მოედანზე მობილიზდებოდნენ არა საკუთარი პრობლემების დავიწყებისთვის და პირადი თქმობისთვის, არამედ საერთო გამოწვევების წინააღმდეგ გაერთიანებას იწყებდნენ, რაც ათასობით ადამიანის დემონსტრაციით სრულდებოდა ქუჩებში. რაც ყველაზე მნიშვნელოვანია, ამ ადამიანების მთავარი საპროტესტო ენა და მედიუმი იქცა ტექნო, რომელიც თავისთავად შთაგონებულია თანამედროვე ინდუსტრიულ სამყაროში მსხვერპლი ადამიანების ძიმყოფით და ყოველდღიურობით. საპროტესტო აქციების ფონზე ყველას ძალიან კარგად უნდა გააზრებული, რომ ძალადობრივი სისტემისთვის ყველა ბრწყინვალე ბრძოლა არის საფრთხე და მე ამბოხე სამართლის მქონე ადამიანები, მათი მოწინააღმდეგეები, ამიტომ რთული გამოსცნობი არ იყო, რომ სოციალური პრობლემების მოგვარების ნაცვლად ისინი ეცდებოდნენ ხმაურის ჩახშობას და ძალის დემონსტრირებას. ამის დადასტურება იყო 12 მაისის, როდესაც 100 სპეცრაზმელი შემოიჭრა ბასიანზე და კლუბში საცეკვაოდ მოსულ ადამიანებს მოუშვირა იარაღი. ეს არ იყო ტერორი მხოლოდ საკუთარ სივრცეებზე, ეს იყო ტერორი და ძალადობრივი აქტი ყველა იმ ადამიანსა და ჯგუფზე, რომლებიც ჩაგვიწინააღმდეგ ბულანტებულ მეგობრები იცოდნენ და ეს ტერორი ყველა იმედიას დაიღებული ფაზე, რომელიც საზოგადოების კეთილდღეობას ემსახურება. 12 მაისს სისტემის მისხანებას ათასობით ახალგაზრდა ადამიანმა თბილისის მთავარ მოედანზე პარლამენტთან ცეკუთ უპასუხა და ეს იყო სისტემას დამცველის ჩემი აზრით ერთადერთი და ყველაზე ძლიერი იარაღი. საზოგადოების ერთიანობითა და სოლიდარობის უპრეცედენტო მაგალითებით შიშინებულმა სისტემამ გადაწყვიტა საპროტესტო აქციის თუ სხვა ჭრილში გადაყვანა და საავადმყოფლები ჯგუფები დაუპირისპირა, რომლებიც აქციის მონაწილეებს ფიზიკური განადგურებით უკრებოდნენ. ეს საკრული გეგმა სამოქალაქო დაპირისპირებას და სისხლისღვრას გულისხმობდა, რომლის განხორციელების უფლებაც არ მივიცით. 12 მაისის მოვლენებს და მათ შორის ამ ისტორიულ საპროტესტო აქციას, რომელიც რეივის რევოლუციად იქნა წოდებული, ჭირდება სიღრმისეული კვლევა, ჭირდება გადააზრება, ფიქრი და მსჯელობა, თუ რა გავლენა მოახდინა საზოგადოების ცხოვრებაზე, რა გავლენა მოახდინა აქტივიზმზე, კულტურაზე, პოლიტიკაზე, თუ რა გავლენა მოახდინა ადამიანებზე. სამწუხაროდ, პანდემიამ და გლობალურმა კრიზისმა დამატებითი გამოწვევების წინაშე დაგვაყენა, განსაკუთრებით მძიმე აღმოჩნდა ეს თბილისის საკლუბო სცენისთვის. თითქმის დამანგრეველი, რადგანაც ჩვენი ფუნდამენტი არ არის ისეთი ძლიერი, როგორც სხვა ქვეყნების. სამწუხაროდ, ჩვენ ქვეყანას, რომლის ეკონომიკაც ახლა კოლაფსის წინაშეა, არ გააჩნია განაირი სოციალური პოლიტიკა, ქვეყანას არ გააჩნია კულტურის ანტიკრიზისული გეგმა, შესაბამისად, ჩვენი მომავალი არის ბუნდოვანი. ფაქტიურად კრიზისის პირისპირ მარტოები ვართ დარჩენილი. სრულიად უბრალოდ.
Thank you, Naya. Thank you, Georgie. As we see, there are strong movements of resistance led by artists going on. We are really happy to hand over the next panel, Artist and Risk to Ole Reitov, founder of Free Muse, who have been supporter and advisor of Artists at Risk since the beginning of our journey in 2013. And Ole is joined by panelists. Ole will interview to you in a few seconds. So we are really happy to have this live discussion on the topic.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Marita. Eva, you want to say something? Okay, good. Well, welcome to this panel of really distinguished participants. We will focus on topics such as what kind of artists are human rights defenders, what kind of support and network exists, what do artists at risk need when they get relocated. And I'm here in Copenhagen. I immediately hand over the microphone to a person who for years has promoted artist rights to freedom of expression and remuneration. And running through his CV would take the next 15 minutes, which is the whole time we have. But briefly, he's a composer. He's president of the Swedish Society of Songwriters and Composers and Authors, as well as president of the International Music Council and president of the European Composer and Songwriter Alliance. So, a triple president. Welcome from Stockholm, Sweden, Alfons Karabuda.
Thank you very much, Ole, and thank you for having me here. It's a very important event, a very inspirational one, but also a scary one. I'd like to jump on to the first question you mentioned, if it's okay, because I get that question now and then. What kind of artists are human rights defenders? Well, to me, they are the ones not necessarily fitting my description or anyone else's. And it's not about advocating a special topic. It's about adding to a diversity, maybe not even wanted, at least not by those in power, economical or political. The UN rightly depicts a human rights defender as one actively advocating and promoting human rights. And this is right, of course. But many times an artist can be promoting the importance of human rights by his or her bare existence, the art she creates, and with the courage not to fit in. And by raising and sharing their voice, they extend ours and they open doors, making it possible also for us to be heard. And they give us a glimpse of what is possible out of the national, regional, economical, or political box we sometimes find ourselves confined in. So they are enablers, and they often pay an unreasonably high price for this. And we all need to ease their burden. So to me, a human rights defending artist is a person daring to be him or herself when it would be so much easier and safer to try to be someone else. Thank you.
Well, thanks a lot, Alphonse. And we'll move to London to a person who, in spite of his relatively young age, has another very impressive CV, which includes being a researcher, a filmmaker, a producer from Cairo, based in London, author of 3 books, several publications, worked for academic and human rights institutions, and currently a researcher and producer at the international respected BBC program, Hard Talk. Hossam Pazula, the microphone is yours.
Hi, thank you, Ole. It's really a pleasure to be here with you, and especially today, 10 years after the Egyptian Revolution, that means a lot to me. I think the relationship between human rights and art is a really important one. The public sphere, in its classic Habermasian conception, was limited to white middle-class men, but that's not the only thing that it was limited to. Nancy Fraser and other thinkers also criticized this public sphere where people come together and talk about the official affairs and their worries. This assumption, the classic assumption, was really limited to just kind of like official way of speaking, and it really ignored arts and culture. However, arts and culture are a very important component of the public sphere and of everyday life. It's a really great tool of communication, and we see now regimes are very aware of that. We see it in their fight against art and the censorship, and not just that. We see armies of regime propaganda manipulating popular culture in a pursuit of an obedient citizen. And I think for artists and also for researchers and for the people, like, we have to also be aware of the importance of art and its freedom, because if we lose art, our voice gets much, much lower. So for me, I think artists, free artists, are in a way human rights defenders, if that makes sense.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Hossam. And we'll keep the microphone in London to another dear friend and colleague of mine. She is an institution in human rights and freedom of expression, author of several chapters of the artistic freedom in the UNESCO Global Reports, and she worked as director of PEN International for Writers at Risk for over 20 years, and like myself, a member of the EU UNESCO Expert Facility of the 2005 Convention. So, hi, Sarah Wyatt, your microphone is there.
Okay. Well, great to see you all, and what a great event. Thank you to Eva and Marita for organizing this. Well, I've been given only 90 seconds, 100 seconds to talk on a very complex issue. So I'm going to launch into the first question. Are artists human rights defenders? Well, clearly the playwrights and filmmakers who use their scripts to expose and satirize governments, singers who rouse their fans to political actions, painters, muralists, comedians. There are so many ways to use the wide spectrum of artistic expression to scrutinize and expose inequality and corruption. So yes, of course, artists are human rights defenders. But what about those who are not political, who unwittingly find themselves, their work being found subversive or offensive to religions or sexuality? Are they human rights defenders? And there are many human rights organizations now who are increasingly supporting artists as well. But do they fully understand the additional precarity, the special situation that artists work under, whether or not they're engaged in political activism? Censorship of the arts has added complexities around things such as access to grants and sponsorship, to public space, to venues. And they need to have buy-in from so many players before you can even get to showcase your work, let alone get your work censored. So is this properly understood by the human rights community? And then finally, do artists really want to be seen as human rights defenders? The questions are, what are the benefits of being seen as such? What are the disadvantages of being seen as such? It's a question I'd like to put to artists. I tend to think yes, because I'm a human rights defender. But I'd really like to hear from the artists themselves.
Thanks a lot, Sarah. Big questions here. Well, many of us are used to express ourselves in words or in music, but as we've experienced in our lifetime, sometimes a drawing or cartoon can make more noise than words or music. And one of the masters of drawing is our next guest. And here we have another president. I believe we've got as many presidents in this panel as we saw at the inauguration in Washington last week. But this one is founding president of United Sketches, an international organization for freedom of expression and cartoonists in exile. Those who followed from the beginning have already met Iranian-born Kianus Ramzani, who now lives in Helsinki. Welcome, Kianus. The mic is yours.
Thank you very much. I really enjoyed listening and watching what you said, and I especially appreciate Alphonse's points and comments on the first topic, which is my choice too. Well, I would like to just jump on it and add some more comments on what Alphonse said. I think being an artist, to be a human rights defenders, it's first of all selected lifestyle. I disagree with the idea that we consider all artists as human rights activists or human rights defenders, because I mean, obviously many of them are pure bastards or assholes too. I mean, I know a lot of artists myself, but they are just sold their soul to the dictators, etc., etc. And I mean, Hossam, you can name many of them, I'm sure, in Egypt, and so on. I think when we become an artist who is a human rights defenders, when we choose our priority, which means become engaged to help the others, become the voice of a society, of a community that we think they're not heard, and at the same time knowing that our art, our creation has an impact. So I think the time that we switch from ourselves as a narcissistic artist who are just me to the others, and use our art to serve those category, or let's say humans, then I think philosophically we are kind of human rights defenders, but then the risk comes and a lot of problem comes. I cannot hear you.
Sorry, typical mistake of a moderator. Shame on me. Thanks a lot, Kianus. Most of us are living rather safely here in Europe, but we're now moving to a country in which speaking against the power is indeed very risky. Several human rights defenders have been attacked, imprisoned, or killed in Zimbabwe. And having worked with several human rights defenders in Zimbabwe, I must say I'm very impressed by the courage to continue speaking up for fundamental human rights. And one such brave person is our next guest, live from Zimbabwe in Nkosi. Moyo is the director of the Zimbabwe Organization for Youth and Politics, a community-based organization in Zimbabwe. Welcome in Nkosi.
Thank you very much, Olet, and hello, everyone. Well, I will go straight to the question that I picked up and saw as one of the most important subjects that I would like to speak to. First and foremost, I would like to say, myself being an artist, being a poet, I identify myself as a human rights defender as well, on the basis that I'm using art, I'm using poetry to speak the truth to power, to challenge tyranny, and to challenge political corruption in my country. So poetry and art is the weapon that I'm using to try and fight for the human rights and the respect of the rule of law in my country. I picked one question which says, what kind of support and networks exist and what are their differences? First and foremost, I want to appreciate various networks and organizations which are providing emergency support, rapid response, and all sorts of help to artists who are to embattled artists or artists who are at risk. I will not mention them name by name because of time. However, I would like to speak about the issue of flexibility and bureaucracy. We have a situation whereby artists are at risk. They need immediate or urgent, rapid assistance to be moved from one place to another, to be relocated. Maybe they need to be moved from danger to safety. But we have quite a lot of organizations which are there, which offer such assistance, but then they have a lot of bureaucracies. You are facing immediate danger, and you are told that maybe our board meeting will sit in June, our board meeting will sit in November, our board meeting will sit in March, but you need immediate assistance. So I would like to say we are in need of organizations which can adjust, their modus operandi, organizations which can operate outside all these lots of bureaucracies and save lives. I have respect for artists at risk. I'm their alumni. One thing that I like in how they operate is that they respond immediately and they are so flexible. I would like to call upon and urge all these networks which are offering this type of assistance to learn a lot from artists at risk, from people to mobile. We need to be flexible. We need to be to kind of put aside our bureaucracies. Yes, it's important to follow our procedures. Board meetings happens in June, board meetings happens in November. But sometimes let's put that aside and save lives before we follow these
certainly. Thanks a lot. And Koos, we have time for a very quick. We have 1 minute left, so just talk in the panel. Who wants to comment quickly? 10 seconds, 5 seconds. Sarah.
Oh, we can do it. I totally understand what the last speaker said about the formality and bureaucracy, and there are reasons for that. But I also, I think that the organizations that are supporting artists at risk really need to look at that question. So, yeah, it's definitely something I'll be sharing with others and have already, actually, as all know.
Over to Hossam. Quick remark.
Yeah, I just want to get back to which artist is a human rights defender, and I want to say that's why I was saying free artists. Of course, I agree with you that a lot of artists are assholes, and especially in Egypt, you find loads of those. So free, I think, and then maybe I have my own definition of free that is hard to explain.
Alphonse and Kianus, you have 5 seconds each.
From my part, I have to say that it's not just human rights organizations.
What happened?
Got stuck.
Everything's stuck.
To be active as well as the music industry and ecosystem. Thank you.
Right. Sorry, we don't have more time in our panel. Thanks a lot. I know you can follow discussions later this evening. On to Ivar.
Yes, thank you very much to all the panelists. It's really, I agree with you that time is so short, but we, as Ulla just said, have further minutes, not only 1 or 2, but endless amounts of time. At the end of this entire symposium, we will be going into a plenary where we will have a 20-minute plenary, which is on the live stream, which is, what you can watch throughout the world. And then we will also continue in the plenary Zoom. So if you wish to join us, it will be starting around 7:20 p.m. Finnish time. That's 6:20 Central European time. Berlin and Paris time, for example. And thank you very much once again. We'll now move on to the next chapter after we have... Thank you very much. See you later, we hope.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're now moving on to the next chapter. Before we do so, though, however, we want to meet two artists that are currently in residence with Artists at Risk in Helsinki. Saddam Jumaili and Kholoud Hawash. Please join us.
Kholoud Hawash and Saddam Jumaili have been in Helsinki now almost for 2 years. So kind of for us, they are Helsinki-based professional artists, and they are now kind of standing on their own feet as artists. But in this section, we have been talking about artist and risk just shortly, that basically why Kholoud and Saddam, you couldn't practice your art back in Iraq, why you had to make a choice to leave your country and re-establish yourself first in Amman and now in Helsinki.
Firstly, I think this is a great opportunity for the artists who can find this safe place. They are made great things for us, and they are continue to make great things for us. They are help us so very much, so much, and we can't say that some things speechless. And we hope stay safe, because there is no opportunity to go. It's so dangerous for us, and we are against the everything's dictators or the extreme religions, parties, and the women rights. It's very important for Kholoud, and I think it's difficult for us to find another place now, and this is our heaven now.
Kholoud, would you like to introduce yourself briefly? Kholoud spoke not one word of English before she arrived and already understands a lot.
I am Kholoud Hawash. I am artist. My artwork textile. I support women. My art. Sorry.
Great. Thank you, Kholoud. Kholoud is amazing textile artist, and we were really happy that it's basically when Kholoud is arrived from Amman to Helsinki, how her artworks actually changed, because back in Amman, back in Iraq, it's she couldn't picture it's human beings, and her first work was actually a naked woman with really kind of strong, bright colors. It was called Fear. And that was, you could see in her artistic expression, how basically she could free herself slowly to actually, as an artist, to work on the things she wants to work with, as she said.
Thank you very much. We will be returning to your work, Saddam. You have a corner here of the studio in which you're doing new drawings just for this occasion, and we'll do a short interlude in which you will be showing your works. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Next, we will hear it's a musician from Iraq. It's Ali Saad, who also is a local in Helsinki nowadays, and he has been part of another program of Artists at Risk called Immigrant Artist, which is supporting artists who are already in Europe, but also facing often difficult situations, deportations, evictions because of the asylum processes in European countries. And we will hear music by Ali Saad and Sanna Salmenkallio.
Sanna Salmenkallio, a Finnish musician who is a great composer, writes film for music, and together they'll perform this piece. Let's listen.
Hello, I'm Ali Saad. I'm a musician from Iraq. I come from a big musician family from Iraq, and because of the impossible and the hard to make art in my country in Iraq, I moved to Finland in 2015, and I'm now working and studying music in Helsinki. And here I could say thank you so much, Artists at Risk, to support people and to support artists who they can't make work in their country. And now I could invite my Finnish musician friend Sanna Salmenkalio, and we could now perform one song to you, Dreaming of Joy. That's what we have in arrangement, that song, and now you could listen that. لحقتيني على الضحكة وعلى الفرحة وعلى الشوق، حرام شوية نتنفس لازم أبقى مخلوق. لحقتيني على الضحكة وعلى الفرحة وعلى الشوق، شنو عندك غالي شوية شوية هدي، أخدتي كل شي مني وكل شي بعد ما عندي. حلم حلم أفرح حلم ويصير وضع أحسن، حزن ألم أو ندم وجروحي شو كبرن، يلا المهم اعطيني هم يا دنيتي شكرا.
Thank you, Ali and Sanna. We are moving to next chapter from Artist at Risk to World Social Forum, which is one of the legs of this symposium. Actually, when we started to plan this symposium, it's basically it was a whole process of bringing three different streams together. It's the 10th year anniversary of Egyptian Revolution, 20th anniversary of World Social Forum, which is celebrated also on the 25th of January, the same day when the Egyptian Revolution started. So tonight is this eve of both of these anniversaries. And the third leg is basically launching new Artist at Risk network. World Social Forum started 20 years ago in Porto Alegre in Brazil. And actually, it's time to usually to same date, 25th of January, when also World Economical Forum gathers in Davos in Switzerland. And that builds already the narrative and contradiction to World Social Forum. And those values is basically which are behind it.
Yes. Before we move directly to the next piece, we would like to also discuss what we have behind us. So in this part of our set, we have a non-stop live stream directly from the World Social Forum, which is in this instance, we're watching live. If you can see the internet website, it's going on for, I think, 4 days, World Social Forum 2021.net. And they have a huge program of amazing discussions, debates, thought-provoking performances and ideas. And we're very glad that our program is also integrated into their program and vice versa. And so we are very pleased to welcome in this chapter, we have with us Carminda McLaurin, as well as Boaventura de Sousa Santos, two major figures in the history of the World Social Forum, as well as a panel which is being chaired by Teivo Teivainen, a professor of world politics at Helsinki University, who is one of the founding members of the World Social Forum and the International Committee or Council, as well as Thomas Wahlgren, who is a very strong and long-term supporter of Artists at Risk. Without him, Artists at Risk wouldn't exist. So we thank all of them in advance. But to kick off this entire World Social Forum chapter, we have with us an artist from Brazil who is in Europe because, as an Afro-Brazilian, he has many troubles to face. Benjamin Abras.
O amor tem um gume. O amor tem um gume. O amor é um gume. Cutelo, machado, punhal, navalha são nada no lume do seu gume. Ele lambe minha pele e com pele a pele vibrar na petis da alma, amalgamando e porto o olho. Meu corpo quebra as linhas, meu corpo é uma carta de minha primeira ancestral. O meu corpo é uma carta de minha primeira ancestral. Meu corpo é uma carta de minha primeira ancestral. Meu corpo é uma carta de minha primeira ancestral. Meu corpo é uma carta de minha primeira ancestral. Meu corpo é uma carta. E ela fala de dentro da barriga da baleia branca. Fala corpo preto. Num quadro espaço amorfo, code, carinho leitoso, veneno, inveja do ar respirado. Ar respirado por um trem. Corpos outros que não, dentro do espaço fora da cabeça do velho mundo, a velha cabeça coroada de ouro. Deseja, deseja, deseja poder sobre o espaço do espaço, meu corpo, enquanto corpo. Sabe ser voz para além deste tempo estorvo, meu corpo enquanto corpo. Sabe que um samba sana, meu coração rumina o ritmo, um tempo boi. Tempo dentro, denso intento, não nominado, derradeiro grito, brado de orixá enraigado nos silêncios, é ser fluido em meio. Em meio. Ao não mover, quem tenta fujar na pele, uma cela. E sela a voz nas bordas, cercar pelas bordas. O ouro arrancado às unhas na lama preta, o ouro do agora. De cada um, o ar carrega nos sussurros. Online saravá, online axé, online. Mas não lá, não assim, sem um tempo contado, tempo de ser um dentro lá, inshallah, online. Way, they say, and say what means to be free. Nos fluímos o verdejar do não ser, a semeação para um outro amanhecer, mas é por isso que faço samba. Ele nos faz voz. Ele nos faz voz da força de um barganha. Da força de uma barganha descansado numa risada, lembrando que o tempo não tem trama, e a paz é de quem ama. O gume do amor mora numa bela risada.
Thanks a lot, Benjamin Abras, for extremely strong its performance. Benjamin's poet was read by Nastio Mosquito. It's this amazing contemporary artist from Angela, who actually connected us first to Benjamin Abras, who needed a residency at the time. And Benjamin's journey has taken him from Brazil to Portugal to Tunis, and now he is in Helsinki since 1 month through Artists at Risk. We are really humbled to have Benjamin Abras, amazingly strong artist, here with us. And the sound was by Junior Fernandez from Brazil. Our next speaker will be Carminda McLaurin, who is among other things, who is a researcher, who is also a musician, who is an activist in World Social Forum, in Square Movements, and in several other movements. And Carminda will be joining actually 2 different live panels today. And also Benjamin Abras will be with us later on in the panel about ecology. And you will also hear a dialogue between Benjamin Abras and Ricardo later on. So we'll give a word to Carminda next.
Just one more word. I think Marita said it, but I'll say it again, that Nastio Mosquito, who did the voice of this poem from Angola, is also thanked. Just wanted to make sure we got that across. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Carminda McLaurin, and I'm really happy to be with you here to this important event of Risk and Rebellion. I am an activist and a researcher, passionate about different spaces of mobilization, and amongst them, Occupy back in 2011, Global Square in 2013 and 15, and the World Social Forum, in which I have been active since 2007, and I was the co-coordinator of the World Social Forum in 2016 that occurred here in Montreal, Canada. I am now very active in the organization of the World Social Forum that will occur virtually from January 23rd to January 31st. 10 years ago, I was really amazed to see how much the actions held in the context of Occupy resonated with the principles of the World Social Forum. Openness to multiplicity of reivindications, the search for horizontality and the willingness to break hierarchies, and a critical posture towards inequities raised by our political and financial systems. Today, we celebrate the 20th anniversary of the WSF and the 10th anniversary of the uprisings that shook the region of Mashrek and Maghreb and the whole world. But sadly, the world's situation is far from being better. We have to renew our woes. There is no time to lose. I am amongst those who believe in the strength of what can emerge from plurality as seen in Occupy, in the so-called Arab revolutions and in the World Social Forum. I believe in the need of giving plural but common responses to the diversity of challenges that our world is facing today. But being plural also means facing many challenges, contradictions, mistakes, paradoxes. And we need to acknowledge that the road that we're walking is a necessary learning process. Let's keep cultivating radical hope inspired by the epistemologies of the South, as named by Buenaventura Sosa Santos, the Buen Vivir, Summa Causa in Quechua, and nourish humbleness through our path, through our road. These are necessary to achieve a strong global response to the crisis of our world today. Thank you again for this invitation and all the best for your actions. And we see each other in the World Social Forum and in this event of the different panels of this event of risk and rebellion. All the best.
Thank you, Carminda. And now we are equally and very happy to welcome Boaventura de Sousa Santos, an eminent figure in many fields. He's an emeritus professor of sociology at the University of Coimbra in Portugal and distinguished legal scholar at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. Also an alumni of Yale University and other universities. He's also a member of the International Council of the World Social Forum. He represents, as far as I understand it, one of the wings. There are conflicting or different diversity of opinions within all of the forums, and I think this is a healthy thing. I think that I hope that your contribution to this panel will also explain how you stand not only to the history and the anniversary of the 20th anniversary of the World Social Forum, but also how it has evolved and where the different strands are going in our time and day. Thank you. Thank you very much for joining us.
Hello, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here with you and to talk about the 20th anniversary of the World Social Forum. In fact, we are holding, as this is now a good sign, holding a virtual session. And the initial march was really very impressive, with people from all over the place contributing with videos to the festivity of being together virtually. So we can see that 20 years after, the World Social Forum still has a great potential. The problem is that whether you can fulfill the hopes of people in the World Social Forum once our sessions are over. And the problem is that this potential has not been fulfilled. I think if you talk to the younger generation of people, and people in the 20s or something, they don't even know what the World Social Forum is. It was an excitement 2 years ago, but not anymore. So what happened? It so happens that many people, in fact, that were very enthusiastic at the beginning of the World Social Forum just left. They start leaving very early on 2006. And then many others continue to go, and a couple of people stayed. I'm one of those that stayed, but in fact, always trying to renew the World Social Forum, because you could see that the World Social Forum was losing steam. Why? For two reasons. The first reason is that there was an ambiguity at the beginning of the World Social Forum, and we're not aware of that very clearly at the time. The ambiguity was whether the World Social Forum was an opposition, a frontal opposition to the World Economic Forum, or if it was just the social responsibility branch, the appeasing of the bad conscience of the World Economic Forum. So there were those of us that were against capitalism, but others were against neoliberalism. And at the time we thought that was just two ways of formulating the same problem, but it was not. In fact, the people that were claiming, and they still are claiming, against neoliberalism are really capitalists. They don't want to change our society as we know it. Of course, they would like to have more social justice, but within the capitalist confines. And this is the ambiguity. So the first structural difficulty is that we have in the World Social Forum people that think that the Social Forum is anti-capitalist, anti-colonialist, anti-racist, and anti-sexist. And there are those that want to play with the system and try to get the best they can from the system. Particularly, we are divided between the big NGOs that get their funding from the states, they don't want to confront the states, and the grassroots movement that are more radical in the outfit. So the second reason for the paralysis, so to say, on the relevance of the World Social Forum, nobody knows what is the position of the World Social Forum on this, on that. It is unknown because there is none, in fact. Why? Because we adopt a consensus rule. For us, of course, consensus didn't ever mean unanimity. You cannot be unanimous and with so many. Consensus meant that we would try to discuss our differences and we would come to a consensual point, but accommodate differences, but a consensus, not be unanimous about everything. So what we saw was that where the passing of the years is a perversion because the consensus rule is now the veto power of one person or two persons in the International Council. And we came to know that the idea of a consensus was thought by these people to prevent us from coming up with agendas that they don't like. For instance, we may have in the International Council 90% or 99% of the people against the colonial occupation of Palestine by Israel. But there is one member of the International Council that say, no, we can say anything against Israel. Well, we are paralyzed, no action. In 2016, we wanted to pass a declaration against the impeachment of the legitimate democratic President Dilma Rousseff of Brazil. It was not possible because one people or two people opposed to that. So this is the problem. And now we are in the process. I belong to one of the groups that are trying to renew the World Social Forum. It is not to create something, it's to renew the World Social Forum. And there are resistance. There are two types of people that want us not to change anything. Some are what we call the Talmudists, the people that conservatives from the very beginning, they think that they are the owners of the World Social Forum and they have their agendas. For instance, we can't say anything, no declaration in favor of the reproductive rights of the women because Caritas International is very strong and they don't like the legalization of abortion or the productive rights of women. So we are paralyzed because of that, even though there is more than 85% of the members in favor of productive rights. So this is the dilemma. We are caught in this. But there are another kind of people that don't want us to change. Why? Because they want to be the ones that are going to create and to promote global action. Because we want, my group wants that the World Social Forum becomes also a global political actor. They don't want that. I'm talking about, for instance, the Progressive International. We were together yesterday with Yanis Varoufakis. I know him very well. He was here in Coimbra and so on. But Yanis now has its own organization, Progressive International. So he told us, no, the World Social Forum stay as it is. You are an open space and you do the actions, the global actions. Well, I object to that. I don't think that, with all respect for Yanis, that the Progressive International has some standing, global standing, still today as the World Social Forum. So I think that we should struggle for that. In order to do that, we need two things. And these two things are the following. The first one, we have to have a strategic thinking, because nobody thinks, in fact, about the world in which we are. We are in the midst of pandemic. We are with a concentration of wealth and ecological crisis. Something should be done about that. Well, I mean, the name of the World Social Forum, we don't have strategic thinking because nobody's ready to distinguish between important struggles and urgent struggles. For instance, I saw many movements, some of the organizations that are very strong in the World Social Forum from Brazil, very active in the anti-nuclear movement. I'm, of course, in favor of anti-nuclear movement, of course. But there is an urgent struggle, is to save Brazilian democracy because a fascist is in power, genocide is in power. So they should oppose, they should come to the streets. They don't. So they don't distinguish between important and urgent struggles. And many other things we could, and that's our idea, that we should have some strategic thinking. And secondly, we should have a deliberation process. We are calling for a change in the World Social Forum so that in 2022, when we meet presentially in Mexico, so we hope, we'll have a two-part World Social Forum. The first 2 days, we will be discussing all the issues. And in the last 2 days, we'll have an assembly, a deliberative assembly of people to decide the new rules for the World Social Forum. And these rules would allow us to deliberate which global actions are we going to take up, that we are going to promote in the name of the World Social Forum, so that when people want to know, but what does the World Social Forum think about the feminist rights, about the disarmament, about the pandemic, we should have some way of saying that the World Social Forum is a global force. Now, in order to do that, there are many ways. We can vote. We are asking for, we are even asking for qualified decisions, but of course there could be a minority decision, a majority decision. There are many ways in which we can say this, and therefore I think that if we do this, it is possible to solve the problems that you have, but for that we have to create a stream of movement, and I appeal to you to be with us in all the, for instance, we are going to have tomorrow another panel on the future of the World Social Forum. Please come, because we'll be there discussing, well, not just 6 people, but many people, that some of people that abandoned the World Social Forum and now are coming back to discuss with us why they left and what they think should be done. So we are here with a hope, because I think that the World Social Forum is a beacon of hope. But I think that if we don't do anything, we'll fail. And if we fail, the future of the World Social Forum is that it won't have any future. And we would like to come to envisage that solution. So that's why I commit you to this debate on the future of the World Social Forum with renewal that allow us to move into the 21st century. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks a lot, Boaventura de Sousa Santos, for this kind of strong introductions with many relevant points, which are taking us to the panel discussion and who rules in the World Social Forum. We will hand the mic to Teivo Teivainen, who is a board member of Perpetuum Mobile and very close to Artists at Risk because of that. He's also a founding member of World Social Forum and a professor of world politics. So Teivo Teivainen, we'll hand the floor to you.
There we go. Teivo, it's yours now. Thank you very much.
Who is a board member of Perpetuum Mobile and very close to Artists at Risk because of that. He's also a founding member of World Social Forum and a professor of world politics. So Teivo Teivainen, we'll hand the floor to you.
There we go. Teivo, it's yours now. Thank you very much.
Who is a board member of Perpetuum Mobile and very close to Artists at Risk because of that. He's also a founding member of World Social Forum and a professor of world politics. So Teivo Teivainen, we'll hand the floor to you.
Hello, good afternoon, good.
Did you hear me, Boaventura? I would wish to thank you for your contribution. And Marita said, now it's Teivo Teivainen, please take the chair. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Good afternoon. Good morning to those who follow us from where it's morning. Good evening for others. It's a great honor to be able to coordinate for a moment this wonderful panel where after these great talks now by Carminda and Boaventura, we will be able to discuss for brief moments the World Social Forum and the question we have for today, since we have very short time, is very simple. It kind of flows from what we heard from Carminda and Boaventura, and the question is, who rules in the World Social Forum? And traditionally, like Boaventura was now paying attention to the fact that I think you emphasized that we need a deliberative process. And there's been this idea from the beginning that the World Social Forum is a little bit like a square without an owner, as was said by some of the Brazilian founding fathers, and whether the attempt to avoid structures, to avoid decision-making mechanisms creates something that, for example, some feminist scholars traditionally have called tyranny of structurelessness, where we pretend that there are no structures and everybody decides, then we wouldn't have clarity on who decides, and then we have a problem. There clearly is a problem, but what is the problem? Who rules? Does somebody rule? And should somebody else rule? So these simple questions here. We have Marisa Holmes, who's been very active in Occupy movements in the United States, in the World Social Forum process, and also a distinguished filmmaker, activist, and I think agitator is one word I've seen about using some of the impressive stuff you've been doing. We have Carminda McLaurin that you've already heard here, who got her doctorate at University of Montreal and is president of Cataliso and a very active member in the World Social Forum. Boaventura, you just heard, who's a longtime director of Center for Social Studies in Coimbra, and I would dare to say one of the most important and innovative social scientists alive in the world today, who's been very active in the World Social Forum and who's been shaking the forum recently to tell us, okay, we need to get, people need to get their act together to have decision-making structures and start becoming more deliberative. Thomas Wallgren, my dear colleague at the University of Helsinki, professor of philosophy, Gandhian activist since like forever, I think kind of perhaps represents a position where, no strict decision-making structures should be made, but I'm actually not very sure about that. So, Marisa, what do you say? Do you want to reflect briefly on this to start with? And welcome from New York, I assume.
Yeah, I'm in Brooklyn right now. I've lived here for 10 years, and I can reflect a little bit on, my own involvement in the World Social Forum, the Social Forum process. I mean, I was invited in 2013 to participate in Tunis. There was this first gathering in Tunis after the new movements of 2011. And a lot of discussion ensued in Occupy and 15M circles at the time. And basically, I was part of Agora 99, a conference in Madrid. And some of the people who were part of that track went to Florence for the European Social Forum. And we decided to occupy the European Social Forum and open up basically an assembly space where we could also make decisions. I think it's really a false distinction to make that, you have horizontality on one hand and decision-making on the other. Obviously, we made decisions in these spaces about debt and democracy and what we, wanted in the world. And so we really, we took over the space and then we opened up this parallel process within the European Social Forum. And actually people were very open to the possibility of that and allowed us to take the stage. A lot of the 15M participants in particular were able to sort of shepherd that process forward because they had a lot of facilitation experience. So coming out of that, we realized, we have our own sort of networks and experiences, and so we'll take that to Tunis. So we occupied the World Social Forum and had a space within the climate space, which seems very, very important. If you're thinking about taking up territory, reclaiming that territory, why not start with the climate space? And it was also sponsored in part by Petrobras. So there was this critique that we were making about the financial structure of the social forum. We liberated tents that we found from USAID and the Saudi Arabian government. They actually were branded like Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, which was quite interesting to find. So we appropriated all of this and created a space without hardly any resources. And because a lot of the participants had language skills, we were able to translate into, I think, 5-6 different languages. I mean, there was Italian, Spanish, Arabic, like proper Arabic, and then Tunisian dialect. A lot of the students from the university came and participated, which was amazing to see. So we just got to know each other and had workshops and skill shares and these sessions. And Comendo was also involved in that. And and then we took some of that energy out into the streets beyond the university. And created a space along the Avenue Habib Bourguiba, which was, the site of the January 14th revolution. Obviously, the real revolution started in December, but people took that momentum and then occupied the Kasbah, and there was this standoff at the Avenue Habib Bourguiba, and so it became like a very symbolic center for the Tunisian revolution in front of the Minister of the Interior, which is the secret police, essentially, of Ben Ali and the RCD party, and which continues to this day. And we can talk about the sort of transition that happened. But yeah, essentially, we had this whole parallel mobilization within occupying 15M circles and local activists in Tunis, and tried to present an alternative, which ended in us even occupying the IOC meeting itself. With Chico Whitaker there, sort of observing the activities, which is a lot of fun, like sort of rearranging the whole space, creating a circle rather than like a long banquet table, and trying to imagine what a different forum could look like. So I don't know, just to give you some background on that, I wrote a little bit about it at the time, but I think it's really important to integrate lessons learned from these new movements, not uncritically also, but to think about, what we can do now, because it really is important to build these international connections and solidarity, so.
Excellent, Marisa, thank you. I remember the enthusiasm was then like people were saying, okay, World Social Forum is so last season, and then seeing some Occupy activists and Tunisian Arab Revolution activists sort of meeting each other on that space. I remember that was very empowering to watch, even though I'm not so, I don't know so much about it, but I see Thomas here looking like you are going to say something. So should we have deliberation, or should we be an open space, to use a very old and traditional dichotomy here?
Thanks. Yeah, thanks, Boa. Thanks, all. You see, I think what kind of power are we talking about when we talk about the World Social Forum? And I think at the center, and I think it was there in what Boa said, at the center of the World Social Forum is the power of an idea which meets certain political needs of the present. The needs are the overwhelming forces of global capitalism, if I use that word, how to stand up against it and how to transform. That need is felt by many in so many places, but the analysis people have are very diverse. The capacity to react together is not there yet. So the need I see is the need to share stories, the need to exchange ideas, the need to reflect and come together in order to be able to join hands better. So there's a need to search together, and that need is felt so strongly. And the World Social Forum has the power of attraction. It's true it was stronger 15 years back, to attract people from various corners. Devo, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, fine. So attract people from various corners to come together to meet this pressing need we feel, all of us. So in that sense, I think the idea of the open space where people meet to share and exchange and learn together is at the heart of it. And that idea cannot be owned by anyone. I mean, we do have lots of people. I mean, the story we just heard about occupying the World Social Forum. I think many of us have been occupying the forum, the Nepal Social Forum, the Asia Social Forum, the Finnish Social Forum, the Tampere Social Forum in small town in Finland. So there's no centralized ownership of the idea. The idea is alive. It gives power. The other thing which I think is working already is the assemblies. The assemblies of social movements where proposals for joint action are made. And those do bring people together for joint action. Now, whether something can be added, and I thanks Teo for giving me a special role, but I'm not claiming that role. You know, if something can happen with centralized decisions, if more people can be brought together, I'm happy. My sense of it is that we are not there yet. My sense is that assemblies are the best tool we can have at the moment. So I fight for that, but also fight for divergence. I fight for the decentralized ownership, which I think is already there. And I'm very happy about that. It's not as strong as I would like it to be, but it's the best game in town. So that's why I'm so happy to see you and happy to try to contribute my little, with my effort to the building of the movement. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Thomas, and good stuff. I'm looking forward to hearing. Next, I give the floor to Carminda and then to Boaventura and hearing what they say about whether we are there yet to have this, what I believe Boaventura was suggesting. About the assemblies, just to add, some people do think that the role of the assemblies was played down in the World Social Forum a little bit. At the beginning, it was like I think, a dear friend of many of us, Samir Amin, I remember chatting with him several times, like he was saying it's a perfect legitimate trick to have the open forum and then the assemblies that do all those things that perhaps Boaventura was suggesting as something. But now the Assembly of Social Movements is not what it used to be, and therefore it cannot play the trick that Samir Amin, for example, was suggesting it could. But Carminda, so what are your thoughts? We already heard your wonderful speech a few minutes ago, but to add to this conversation. From Montreal, right?
From Montreal, the snowy Montreal. Thank you, Teivo. Well, I guess what Thomas was saying, this need of searching together how to act in this world, these urgent actions that need to be done today to face what is going on that is terrible all around. This is the main question. How can we act at a global level that is rooted on the local level also? So what I think it is really interesting about the idea of the World Social Forum is to put forward the plurality, because this is what we are in the world. We are different, we are plural. There is no one homogeneous thing we can come out with today. And actually the problems are so diverse that we definitely need to address them from different perspectives. And this was what charmed me into the World Social Forum. Of course, there are many paradoxes, actually many contradictions that go through the World Social Forum and actually through many other spaces that we invested, like Global Square with Marisa that she was speaking about, and how at the end the ideals and the practices are different. This is a fact. So how do we deal with this plurality, these contradictions that we are facing? This is for me the question. And when we are asking who rules, well, that's a good question. And actually the question also is for me how to listen to those who don't rule. how to hear the voices that are not coming out of universities. How do we hear the voices of those who are experts on their own context and they're living in the streets or in very problematic situations all around the world? And Boaventura speaks a lot about epistemologies of the South and opening our minds on this, on the importance of hearing different voices. So for me, also the question is, are we talking about the International Council or are we talking about the WSF? This is another question, because if we ask who's ruling the WSF, I would be tempted to say no one, because when the WSF is going on and so many people are proposing activities and stuff like that, well, they are doing their own thing and they're addressing their own matters and sharing their own voices. But if we're talking about the International Council, maybe it would be interesting to continue asking this question: who rules and who should rule and how decisions should be made. These are all questions that need to be addressed again and again. And to finish, I would just go with Marisa and ask and say there is a need for action. So what is that we are going to do now that we are in the middle of contradictions, paradoxes, urgent needs? How to continue listening to those that are not having voices like we are having now? This is my big question.
Excellent, thank you. And I think people who, if they want to read and learn more about how to think about paradoxes within the World Social Forum, Carminda's new doctoral thesis that has just appeared in French has a lot on the concept of the paradox in the World Social Forum. So next, Boaventura. So we've heard that if I read Thomas currently, for example, that we are not there yet. Let's not go so fast. Let's wait. We've only waited 20 years.
No waiting. But we are not there yet.
50 years. and then how to occupy the forum and provide this action, give power to the powerless, that Marisa and now Carminda were emphasizing. So,
well, I think this is the type of discussion that we should have more and more. And unfortunately, in the International Council, that just Carminda mentioned, usually it is impossible because it is more about insults than about reasoned arguments. And I'm not good at insulting anyone. I like to have reasoned arguments, but we have been attacked of being, anti-Semitist. We have been attacked of everything and subversives and so on. Why? Because if no one owns the World Social Forum, if in fact it's such an open space that nobody can possibly own it, why since 2006? This is the question. Because the feminists are right. There is a highly structured power. How does it manifest itself? Veto power is one of them. Second, secret meetings, parallel to our meetings. We have already discovered many secret meetings among some people in the International Council, around some basically Brazilian group that in fact owns or thinks they own. One of the guys was interrogated by someone, was asked someone in Salvador in 2018, he said, he responded, the World Social Forum is me, like this. And so there are people that think they are the fathers. There are no mothers, right? They are the fathers of the World Social Forum, and that's why they have a legitimacy. This is a fact of life. And even now, if you were a little bit more inside the organization of this virtual forum, so the plenary sessions, the way they were formulated, believe me, there was lots of strategies there that won't ever be clear or public to the people, so that some issues will not be raised and so on. There is no time. Well,
So let's go from the studio, live studio. What do folks there say about our time?
Well, we're listening very attentively. It's an important discussion.
Okay.
We're listening with great attention. It's a very important discussion, and we want to continue this discussion in the plenary. So if you can continue this after 6:20 Central European time, we would be very, very pleased to have you there. I'm not sure if Boa can join us. I would be very glad if he could. He has another engagement, I know. But we now have a next chapter in which we're going to introduce the movement of the squares. And I think we would like to thank the current panelists, the chairperson Teivo Teivainen, and all of our guests. Thank you kindly. Please see us again in the plenary at the end of the symposium.
Thanks, Marisa, Carminda, everyone. Boa,
thanks
great
to
to
all
see
of
you.
you. Carminda, Boa, Thomas, Marissa. See you soon.
Thank you.
Okay.
And as Ivor said, that is the next chapter is the movement of the squares.
Yeah.
And actually, the discussion will continue. It's both Marissa Holmes and Carminda McLaurin will join the panel because it's basically, you already heard in the World Social Forum debate the mention of the square movements from 2011, how it's also people who are active in World Social Forum were part of the square movements, such as Marissa Holmes was one of the key figures in Occupy Wall Street in New York. So you will hear in the next chapter also a talk by Marissa Holmes. So we carry out this discussion to the square movements, which started very strongly in 2011, but already before that in the countries like Greece and Iran.
And as you have seen in the program, in this program, the entire symposium, we're covering these two major anniversaries plus 9 different movements over the last decade. There are many other movements, and we obviously can be found out lacking in certain ways. We can't do everything at once, but please, if you have comments, if you have suggestions, put it in the chat. Join us in the plenary. We need your comments and questions. Now to the presentation of the next chapter.
The Movement of the Squares chapter will also present its current movements. Basically, we already have seen this is how people have gathered in Belarus, in Russia. And in this chapter, we will have a very powerful presentation of the farmers' movement from India, which is happening right now, which started in August, and which is actually the biggest movement in the human history.
David Graeber helped organize the initial Occupy Wall Street protests September 17th, 2011, and was credited with helping to coin the phrase, "We are the 99%. He wrote on his website, "It was a communal effort." He said, "I did first suggest that we call ourselves the 99%, then 2 Spanish indignados and a Greek anarchist added the we, and later a Food Not Bombs veteran put the R between them, and they say you can't create something worthwhile by committee." In 2011, David Graeber spoke on Democracy Now! 2 days after the Occupy encampment began.
And start rebuilding society as we'd like to see it.
David Graeber, talk about debt cancellation.
Well, one of the things that I discovered in researching my book is that the kind of debt crisis we're experiencing now, I think the real debt crisis, which is a debt crisis that affects ordinary people, debts between the very wealthy or between governments can always be renegotiated and always have been throughout world history. They're not anything set in stone. It's generally speaking when you have debts owed by the poor to the rich that some debts become a sacred obligation, more important than anything else. The idea of renegotiating them becomes unthinkable. In the past, though, there have been mechanisms when things get to a point of real crisis that have always existed, and they vary by the period of history. In the ancient Middle East, often new kings would simply declare a clean slate and cancel all debts, or all consumer debts. Commercial debts between merchants were often left alone. The Jubilee was a way of institutionalizing that. In the Middle Ages, there were bans on interest taking entirely. there have been many mechanisms, but whenever you have what I call a period of virtual credit money, when money is recognized not to be a thing like gold and silver, but a social relation, a promise that people make to each other, which has become increasingly clear since the 70s when we went off the gold standard, and I think 2008 really brought that home. Debts can be renegotiated. They're not set in stone. Trillions of dollars of debt was made to disappear. We understand now that this is a political arrangement, and it can always be readjusted. And I think what the people coming to the squares, and Wall Street now included, are saying is that, well, if that's true, if democracy is going to mean anything now, we're all going to have to be able to weigh in on what sort of promises are made and what sort of promises are adjusted when you enter into a crisis.
We hear about debt cancellation when we're talking about developing nations. What about the United States?
Well, the interesting thing is that most of the developing nations have actually pulled themselves out of this situation. Its structural adjustment has come home to Europe and America. I think it would be a great idea. I think it would bring home that we really are in a different age, that money doesn't mean the same thing as it used to. And there are people who've tried it. Saudi Arabia, actually, most dramatically, that was their reaction to the Arab Spring. They declared a debt cancellation. So there are precedents. I mean, they kind of don't want people to know that they did it for obvious reasons, but they did.
And the crisis now in Europe.
The crisis now in Europe is an example of the same thing. The austerity regimes that are being imposed now on Europe and on America are remarkably similar to what happened, what used to be called the Third World Debt Crisis. First, you declare a financial crisis. You bring in these people who are supposedly neutral technocrats who are in fact enforcing this extreme neoliberal ideology. You bypass all democratic accountability and impose things that no one ever possibly have agreed to. It's the same thing. And one reason it's happening to us now is that there was really successful mobilization around the world against those policies.
That's direct from Democracy Now's studio after David Graeber's death last year. A very good friend of ours, especially through his widow, Nika Dubrovsky, an incredibly important thinker for our generation, somebody who addressed the economic sources of the rebellions we've seen all around the world, as well as the other societal ones as an anthropologist. David Graeber is now being followed in this little section from New York City, which is behind me on the screen here, again live in a news status after the departure of American fascist Donald Trump. We will now welcome a little statement by Marissa Holmes about what was happening there 10 years ago in New York City, followed by a up-to-date analysis by Noah Fisher from New York City. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Marissa Holmes. I'm coming to you from Brooklyn, New York, and I was one of the original organizers of Occupy Wall Street in the summer of 2011, leading up to September 17th. I was involved throughout the occupation and after for years in different Occupy offshoots, including Strike Debt and Occupy Sandy, as well as neighborhood housing struggles. I spent a lot of time thinking about Occupy. And I think to some degree it's still going on, that the seeds we planted in 2011 have blossomed into many different projects and movements, and that people who were part of that didn't forget. They didn't forget how powerful it was, how we could mobilize together. And I see it as an ongoing process with many ups and downs, this process of revolution. And that's really important to note, that Occupy was a revolutionary movement. It was not seeking particular reforms or making claims. It didn't fall within like the typical parameters of what a social movement is supposed to be. We're often taught in social movement theory that, if you're a movement, you must have leaders, and you must have a clear program, and you must, present this program to the authorities, whether they're political authorities or corporate authorities. And that's just not what we did. What we were engaging in was a prefigurative process of social change that sought to break down all of these ways that we relate to one another. And, that is evident in the assembly itself, this directly democratic process using consensus and hand signals and holding space to hear each other, right? The mic check is really this practice in active listening. You hear someone speak and then you have to repeat back to them what they said. And so it means that you're actually listening and considering what they had to say. And all the various working groups, the working groups were practicing what worker syndicates might look like, various tasks, right? And cooperating with one another. These are things that we're not encouraged to do in our day-to-day lives, right? We go to school, we go to work, we do these things in which there's a clear hierarchy and people in charge, and they tell us what to do. We're taught, like, if you're a working class person in the United States and elsewhere, you're taught to just take orders, from a very young age. And so what we were doing was really breaking that down, creating an alternative social space and political space to realize, the world that we wanted to see in the here and now, not waiting for like a big, moment of rupture or, the seizure of the state, the sort of, capital R revolution. Instead, making the revolution ourselves, small r revolution, so to speak. So that's what we were engaged in, and we were connected to this wave of global uprisings, all over in North Africa, in the Middle East, in Europe, and really, we're inspired by the taking of the squares, whether the Kasbah in Tunis or Tahrir in Cairo or Sintima in Greece or Shel Sol in Madrid. What is the space of the square? Let's remember that. The square in the sort of liberal democratic imaginary is the space of discourse. It's where you go to air your grievances and have these kinds of public political conversations. But even the nature of the public is broken down when you take over that space and create this directly democratic relational approach to politics. Because all of a sudden you're not just talking about what program you want or what policy you want to change, but how you want to live your life, right? How we want to live together. And yeah, so like that's what happened in the space of the square. And that space in particular of Wall Street is very important. So Wall Street is not just like a stand-in for abstract ideas, or it's actually like an embodied space. Like it's a physical space. You go there, and there are material things that happen in that space, right? You can see to this day this line of wooden blocks where the wall used to be, the wall that the Dutch colonial settlement built. Their fort was on the end of the island there. And they built it to keep out invaders, to keep out the Lenape, the indigenous people of this land, to sell slaves along, to various merchants and people who would come through the area. There was a slave trade in the North, which is often overlooked. It's not just a Southern problem, it's an American problem. And, that space is also where the original headquarters of JP Morgan Chase was built. It's still there across from the stock exchange today. And they formed as a company in order to manage the water supply. They privatized the water of this area and sold it back to the residents. So, there's definitely an ecological component also. That site, that intersection in front of Wall Street is also where the US Customs House was built. It's where George Washington, signed the Bill of Rights. And it's, to this day, there's a statue that looks out at the stock exchange. So the political system and the economic system were very deeply linked in a physical space, which is Wall Street. And that's where we went. So, the intersections are clear. And, the need to break down borders is clear from the beginning. What that means, actually breaking down borders and having this international interconnected movement is challenging the very foundation of the political and economic system that we live in, right? Like, it's challenging conquest, it's challenging empire. And that's what's so transformative about it.
Hi, everybody. My name is Noah Fisher, and I'm here in Brooklyn, New York. And thanks to Ivor and Marita for inviting me to Risk and Rebellion. I want to speak a little bit about Occupy Wall Street from the perspective of 2021. I was on Zuccotti Park from the first day, and I consider Occupy to be a movement in the left tradition of populism. This means the attempt to build coalitions across different struggles. In Occupy, we are seeking to bridge issues such as housing insecurity following the 2008 crash, a ballooning of debt markets that target the middle class and poor, the warming climate, which Hurricane Katrina and Sandy exposed as not only environmental issues, but social justice issues. And Occupy was also a moment of optimism that we could connect struggles across national lines. When I was in the General Assembly, I learned about direct democracy from comrades that had just come back from Tahrir Square and from Puerto del Sol, and from people who had been through the anti-globalization movement in Genoa a decade before, and even before that. As an artist, I became involved in connecting Occupy Wall Street to museums. I was inspired by the fact that the Louvre had been opened during the French Revolution. So I knew that museums are symbols of democracy, but also of its opposite. In the US, museums are mostly privately funded by the financial elites, and they use them as vehicles for private art market investments, and also often for public relations, like we saw in the case of BP in England, but in the case of the banks and all the different corporations that brand museums, and also individuals like Candors in New York. This is an embodiment of the uncritical celebration of philanthropy that we have in the US. And that is why we occupy Wall Street, because capital had overwhelmed the elected government through lobbying, where they were able to actually program the nation's behavior through its laws to benefit themselves. In fact, in the US, there are no examples of legislation that are passed that are contrary to the will of the lobbies. The only legislation that's passed that is popular legislation is passed at the point where the lobbies come together, in coordination with popular opinion. That was a decade ago, and now we nearly have the world's first trillionaires after the wealth that has been concentrated during the pandemic. And things a decade ago seem rather simple now. At the time, we credited social media with helping us organize the movements. But now we've seen Facebook, Amazon, and Twitter move to silence Trump, which essentially demonstrates that they're more powerful than the government. In the US, we're also now fully in line with the right-wing populism that's been growing up around the globe. And the rise of Trump has had the effect in the US of pushing the politics of economic inequality back on its heels, because working class politics is now tainted with the politics of white rage and white supremacy that became the base of Donald Trump. So Trump has empowered anti-populist elites in the center who have eagerly adopted the program of representing progressive values while pushing back against the politics of redistribution. Here in New York, for example, the very same museums that have been focusing on exhibiting Black artists and immigrants and queer and trans voices are now busy trying to destroy the efforts to unionize among their precarious employees. So unfortunately, the arts are at the very center of this anti-populist project and this giant contradiction that we're now facing. We have to watch out as artists among the movements that we are not instrumentalized for the elite capture of the social movements. But recently we saw a strong surge of support for Bernie, who basically embodies the language of Occupy with the 1% and 99%. And then after the pandemic hit in the summer, we saw a massive, beautiful uprising around Black Lives Matter. The problem is that these two movements appear to be disconnected. The way forward has to be uniting the struggles of decolonial and racial environmental justice with the struggles of economic equality. And this is a left-wing populism. And it must also be a transnationalism. Thank you.
Thank you, Noah Fisher, for this valuable statement at the end of realigning the movements. This is a great introduction to Javier Artegas, who will be speaking about M15 in anti-austerity movement in Spain and Indignados movement in Spain in 2011-2012, which actually used very successfully its left-wing populist strategies when countries around Spain were going right-wing. So floor is Javier's.
Hello everyone, my name is Xavi Artigas. I'm a filmmaker and an activist based here in Barcelona. Thanks for letting me be part of Risk and Rebellion. I guess I'm here to talk about the Indignados movement. I was part of the movement in Barcelona. As you know, we occupied the squares of the main cities in Spain in 2011, almost 10 years ago. And I was part of the audiovisual committee, which was created the very first day of the occupation. And the first debate we had in the committee was among people that had been around for many years in alternative media groups, and a new generation of video makers, filmmakers that had different ideas about how we should spread the message about what was going on in the square. So basically, the debate was between the idea that we should have a channel that could stream 24 hours what was going on in the square, on the streets, and the younger generation defended a new system of short viral videos that had less information but were more sexy, so that people would share them through social media, Facebook and Twitter at that time. And this may sound very obvious nowadays, but at that time it was a pretty new concept of how to use media for the means of political movement. So the viral video system proved to be very effective, because if you have a channel that you should visit in order to get the information, you will have mainly activists and people that are already convinced that go there to see what's going on. But if you have a short video that people find it's funny or very interesting, and it's very easy to share through social media, it's easier that the message comes to you, although you are not a person that is already an activist or that shares already these ideas. There was a poll some months after the movement began that proved that 70% of the population in Spain agreed with the Indignados movement. And I think one of the main reasons is that we focused on unemployment, which was a common sense thing, and we mixed it with corruption, political corruption. So we could basically spread the message that the responsibles of the crisis was the 1%, and that we were the 99%. So it was this idea of the ones from below against the ones from above. And it's interesting that happened in a country like Spain, which has a very long fascist tradition, as you probably know, and where people are pretty much right-wing in general, because the countries around us had a very different reaction to the crisis, the financial crisis at that time, which was a reaction of racism and far right-wing movements. So I think one of the biggest achievements of the Indignados movement was to stop this spread of racism and force the population to a shift to the left-wing or left-wing populism. One of the annoying things that I wanted to talk about is the fact that we observe nowadays how the far right-wing movements use exactly the same techniques that we were using 10 years ago in order to spread our messages, which means the use of social media, the use of memes, the use of viral videos. It opens the debate about what we should do with that nowadays, if we should use exactly the same techniques that we were using 10 years ago, or if we should renew our strategies and be more intelligent and be the avant-garde again. But anyway, I don't have an answer for that, and I think it's one of the things we could do here during the symposium and in the next years. So thank you very much for listening, and have a nice day.
Unfortunately, far-right movements are not only getting stronger in Europe and in the US, but it's all around the world. Next, we move to India, where the ruling Hindu Nationalist Party is very far-right. But in India, we are witnessing the biggest, it's like mobilization movement of the human history, farmers movement, which started in August and will culminate now on the 26th of January in a few days to massive demonstrations. A film director, Q from Odd and Joy, who is an actor and activist, will tell us directly from the ground that what is happening in India with the farmers movement, and artists play very active role in the farmers movement. Is basically they have established newspapers, they are supporting protesting farmers. But Joy and Q will tell you more about Indian situation with farmers movement.
Hello and greetings. I'm Q from India. I am a filmmaker and an artist. Much of my work has been about dissent and critiquing the way our country, my country, has been shifting. For over 20 years now, our elected governments have been promising us that we will be world-class day after tomorrow. Only now we begin to see that it's actually happening. We are truly world leaders now in the right-wing scheme of things. We have an able government that has successfully done what excellent fascist governments do. No surprises there. But how they do it is first class. The ruling party with a thumping majority, the BJP, the intricate and gigantic network of organizations, right-wing organizations called the RSS, that's the they. Led by image-making mastermind Mr. Narendra Modi, our Honorable Prime Minister. First, they validated crony capitalism. They systematically destabilized all the important democratic institutions, the judiciary, the banking system, the universities, the think tanks. But this is not new. What is new is that horse trading or buying elected officials post-election is now a legally valid political maneuver in India. What is new is that they subverted the parliamentary process to push through policy after policy that strike at the roots of our foundation. What is new is that hundreds of thousands of farmers are currently sitting in protest at almost every border of New Delhi, the capital of India. The farmers have been suffering for decades, fighting a terrible system, crushing poverty and corporate farming. Most of the farmers in India earn less than $50 a month, yet we are one of the top food-producing nations. And now the government has brought 3 new farm bills that are poised to take on whatever is left of the old farming system. These laws will not only affect the farmers, they will affect all of us, what we eat and how much we pay for it. The farmers have been sitting in protest since the last 55 days. They want the government to repeal these laws. We need to stand with them and with every activist and worker who's in jail right now, arrested and incarcerated by this corrupt government. We need to act now. This is for us, because otherwise all we shall have to eat is our words.
আমি যদি এ দেশের না হই তবে আমার বিড়ালটা কার?
मोदी सरकार कहती है कि ये कानून हम किसान के भले के लिए लाए। कौन से किसान ने आपसे ये करने की डिमांड की थी?
সপ্তম শ্রেণীতে এক বালিকা আমায় টিউবওয়েল থেকে জল খাওয়ায়। আমি মুখে জল ছিটিয়ে দিই 7-8 ফুট দূরে।
महिलाएं कभी पीछे नहीं हटती, वो साथ ही रहती हैं, कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर चलती हैं। इसलिए जब जीत के जाएंगे तो इकट्ठे आए हैं तो इकट्ठे ही जाएंगे।
আমি যদি এ দেশের না হই তবে সে জল আর হাসি কার?
कौन से किसान ने आपसे ये भला करने की डिमांड?
सारे अंदर जो लेना है ਅਸੀਂ हक ਸਾਨੂੰ ਸਾਡਾ ਮਿਲਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ।
খেলার মাঠে পেচ্ছাপ করতেও আমি
पिछली बार
ভারতের
आपने
ম্যাপ
देखा कि
এঁকেছি
मतलब जब ट्रैक्टर
আমার
मार्च हुआ था
অচেতন
तो औरतें
পেচ্ছাপেও
ट्रैक्टर
যদি
चला
দেশ
के गई
থাকে
थी। 26 जनवरी को
আর আমি
ऐसे ही
যদি
होगा।
সে দেশের
औरतें
না
भी
হই
जाएंगी, ना जाने वाली तो
তবে
कोई
সে
बात ही
খেলার
नहीं
মাঠ
है।
কার?
सारे अंदर जो
कौन से
लेना है
किसान
ਅਸੀਂ
ने
हक ਸਾਨੂੰ ਸਾਡਾ ਮਿਲਣਾ
आपसे ये
ਚਾਹੀਦਾ।
भला करने की डिमांड की?
खुशी खुशी जाएंगे रद्द करा के।
আমি কে মায়ের মতো ভালোবাসিনি দেশকে ভালোবেসেছি প্রেমিকার মতো হস্তমৈথুনে উঠে আসা প্রথম শুক্রাণু মিশেছে এই দেশের মাটিতে আমার এই যৌনতা পার হলে মারবে আমায় আমি যদি এই দেশের না হই तबे मैं सोहाग आदर का
खुशी खुशी जाके आता जो लड़ना है ऐसी हक
कौन से किसान ने आपसे ये भला करने की डिमांड की थी
जो ये कहता है कि नए कृषि सुधारों के बाद कृषि मंडियां समाप्त हो जाएगी तो वो किसानों से सरासर झूठ बोल रहा है
तो
আমাকে তুমি
हमारी
কিভাবে মারবে
दिल्ली के अंदर जाएंगे अपनी परेड
গুলি করবে আমায়
दिल्ली के अंदर मनाएंगे
সে তো এই দেশের ছোট্ট একটা শীষের দানা
हमारी
ভালোবেসে
हमारा कोई
বুকে নেব
जनपद पे जाने का कोई विचार नहीं लोगों में ये भ्रम फैला रही है कि किसान जिद पे सरकार को चाहिए कि हमारे लिए
আমি যদি এই দেশের না হই তবে এই
सरकार कर रही है
कौन से किसान ने आपसे ये भला करने की डिमांड की
आज कमजोर हो गए किसानों के अंदर जाएंगे मीटिंग के लिए वो अपनी कमजोरी दिखा रहे हैं
যদি পুড়িয়ে মারো শেষ করে দাও সব চিহ্ন তাহলেও ধোঁয়ায় ধোঁয়ায় ছড়িয়ে যাব আসমানে আমি যদি দেশের না হই তবে ধোঁয়ায় ভরা আসমান আমার বেঁচে থাকা যদি দেশের না হয় তবে মৃতদেহ কার Wait, it's not...
Can't hear. No.
Okay, we're waiting for camera.
There you go, please.
Okay, now we're on the live stream. Thank you very much for your contributions, and we're very happy to have you here for the panel. We just had a little bit of we have some earlier and later panelists that are joining us. We have a Zoom kitchen where they're invited, and then they come to this space. It's quite a large-scale technical operation. I hope you're bearing with us, and we've had a lot of very positive comments in the YouTube, and we hope you continue to be with us.
So we'll hand over its chairing this panel to Carminda McLaurin, who has been introduced for several times. So we want to introduce her again, and we want to welcome new panelist is Q and Choi, you just saw in the video.
We hope Jay is with us. I don't see him. But Q, thank you very much for joining us from India.
Hello. Hi. Thanks for having me.
Hi, Q.
Joy should be joining. He was in the other room, so just shifting rooms, I guess.
There are so many learnings now from all this virtual world, and this is going on.
You get lost in the maze.
It's going on great, and I guess there are so many learnings. Are we in a square now? Is this a virtual square? This is a good question. Maybe we can ask. How are you today, Marisa? Happy to see you again.
Yeah, I'm good. I think it's a kind of square. Sure. I mean,
public sphere. Right. So now we are talking again about the squares. I'm really happy to see these squares that emerged on the public scene in 2011 to really emerge, and so that we are speaking about them again because they were marking so many spirits and minds, and you were really involved. And now, Q, you're really involved also with farmers in India, and now it is the biggest protest in the history. If I'm right. What is going on now, Q, in the squares of India?
Yeah, well, there was a pushback from the government that happened a couple of days back. You know how we spoke in the video about the judiciary being compromised, about every sort of institution being compromised. So the judiciary and the government together pushed back a little, and they tried to delay the farm bills for about a year and a half. But this morning, the farmers have rejected that deal and have decided to carry on with the protest, including the massive demonstration that they're going to do on Republic Day, which is a tractor rally. It's such a cool thing. You know, we are talking about art and rebellion, and you know, we are looking at one of the biggest performance art projects in the history of mankind right now. The farmers are going to take their tractors and they're going to march the same streets that normally, I mean, the government will do that. The Republic Day parade is a show of might, and the army basically parades. And here you'll have the farmers following the army, coming with their tractors in and creating a spectacle that will take on as a challenge this, you know, this regime's power play and image play in a beautiful way.
Amazing, so inspiring. We were hearing Boaventura Sosa Santos a little bit earlier, and he talks a lot about epistemologies of the South and the importance of different voices. And so now in India, it is a perfect example on how different voices can be heard. So thank you a lot for sharing. I'm going back to you, Marisa. So you were involved in Occupy back in 2011, Global Square in 2013, and many other movements since. So you know, and you've thought a lot about what the squares mean. So what are your thoughts today? What is remaining of the squares and all these ideas that were put forward back in the days? What is that remains today?
Right. Well, I was reflecting in the first part of this video on the space of Wall Street itself as an intersection of different struggles, and that is certainly the case. And there have been many, waves, ripple effects, from Occupy. One of them that's very much related is Black Lives Matter. In the early days of Occupy Wall Street, within the first week, there was solidarity around Black liberation. We were watching at the time Troy Davis sitting on death row in Georgia, and there are all sorts of efforts to try to, get the case reheard, going all the way to the Supreme Court, but those were not effective. There was no legal pathway to actually stop the execution, and he was brutally executed. And so we watched that, and and went to the streets, before Trayvon Martin, before Black Lives Matter even existed. And so the roots are there for sure from 2011 on. It's not an accident that a lot of the same people were out in the streets in years to come. And so I spent a lot of time doing solidarity work, anti-fascist struggles. I mean, certainly since Trump was elected, there has been a real wave of right-wing and even explicitly fascist violence. So we've been trying to counter that as much as possible, both in the very immediate sense of doing counter demonstrations and in the structural sense of, supporting people who are in detention facilities or in prison. There's been a real growth of abolitionist politics from every level of the justice system. And so recently, last week, there was a hunger strike that happened in Jersey in an ICE detention facility. And there was a effort by a lot of people here to support those on the inside, and waves of ICE Watch, essentially, that have been going on. And that was happening under Obama and Trump. So it's a structural thing that we're dealing with, and hopefully can be shifted to some degree. But very likely Biden will continue similar policies, maybe not as overtly, as brutally, but the structures remain. And so anyway, in a lot of ways, this anti-racist and anti-fascist work has continued after Occupy. And I think it's important to sort of reframe Occupy in that way, as a process of decolonization, as a process of liberating space and transforming it into something completely different, and our relationships, because often it's talked about as a very kind of nationalist project, only as a form of left populism leading to the formation of a political party or a candidate, like the Bernie Sanders campaign. And we were very explicitly against political parties and against those kinds of formations. So I just, I wanted to make that kind of intervention and to say that, the work, of course, continues, because we have to undo the logic of U.S. empire and conquest and imagine a totally different way of relating to each other and making decisions. So that's it, I guess.
Great. Thank you for that answer, Marisa. And for stressing out the importance of changing also the narratives and the imaginations. Joy, I go to you. It's great to see you again today. I know you're an activist and also an actor, an artist. Q before was talking about the power of art and art in the streets. And so I would like to know what you think about that, and how, what is the power of arts, and tell us a little bit more about what you are doing also. So we need you to be unmuted, please. You need to unmute yourself, or the host.
Hello.
There we go. Welcome, Joy.
Hi, hello everyone, I'm Joy. Right now, actually, India is actually boiling, as Q mentioned. In 2014, the fascist government came to the power in India. In 2019, they re-elected and formed the second time the government. And in 2020, we saw they're using this COVID situation against the people, and they're making the fundamental constitutional change. They took this COVID situation as an opportunity, and they are changing our constitution. They changed the labor law first, then they changed our marital laws. They are absolutely against gays, against any kind of queer activities, everything. And then using this COVID situation, they introduced 3 anti-farmers laws. As you know, that Parliament wasn't open that during that time, and they took that as an opportunity, and using this emergency situation, they introduced these 3 laws. And these 3 particular laws is not only going to destroy our farmers. This is directly going to destroy our food security in our country. Because this government is basically absolutely pro-corporates. They are basically using this kind of thing. And another thing is that they are Hindu fascists. It's not like just only fascists, they are Hindu fascists. And their first agenda is to make Muslim people as second-class citizens in our country. So this is the first time we saw, in last 7 years, we saw that across the country, every farmers came together. They are on the streets, lakhs and lakhs, and particularly on 26th, they are going to make a big protest rally. You know that 26th is Republic Day in India. Army, military, they are going to make their parade, and after that, 75,000 tractors and farmers in millions, they are going to join the parade after the military, the army finishes their parade. So this is the biggest spectacle probably going to happen in India on 26th.
So thank you for explaining us a little bit more about what's going on, and that we don't hear enough here in Canada, at least where I am. And this is important to continue this global solidarity. And well, I would like to thank you again for being here with us, and let's continue the struggle together.
Thank you, Carminda, and to all the panelists. We're very proud to have you as a new member of Artists at Risk from India, Sri Lanka, and we very much look forward to working with you in future. This is really an honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
So, Tavarishi, friends, comrades, I'd like to have a little word with my friend and our Artist at Risk resident, Saddam Jumaili. Please join me. Saddam, as you met him before in a brief interview with Khaloud Hawash, who is also an artist. Her work will be shown tomorrow in a separate exhibition. There will be 2 exhibition openings tomorrow. We welcome you to also do your own events on the anniversary of the Egyptian Revolution and 20th anniversary of the World Social Forum. But today we have a small little online streamed show here, which Saddam Jumaili has been drawing while we speak, and the camera will be showing you as we speak about Saddam's work. Saddam Jumaili is an incredible painter, but also a draftsman. You can see his drawings here. Fantastic work. Can you describe a little bit what we see?
In my mainstream in my artwork, the mainstream, I'm trying to depict something very unique or some metaphysic in our life. I think the artist can see deeper than another people. It's all of my artwork. It's depict that things, and I think the artists now have to be focused on some problem for politic problem in our countries, but that should be not make us forget how to make great art, because great art it's most important for our life, and we have to say what we need through this great artist. The bad artist, I think that not good to say our great opinion.
This is remarkably similar kind of thinking to the Soviet artists of the late 80s, early 90s, in the middle of social collapse, in the middle of the worst crisis in the history of an advanced country, the worst drop in the in standard of living in peacetime ever, the Soviet Union's collapse, they had similar absurdist, crazy drawings like this, kind of out of this world, combinations of different figures, and they thought the same thing. They said, yes, politics, the world was going to pieces, but art has to be amazing, has to be very strong as art, not just as politics. And this is, I think, it's amazing that Iraq and has gone through a similar experience.
Yeah.
One more word for that?
I think that our pain sometimes make us forget some great things. For that, if we have a pain or, political problem that have to, don't make us forget our art. We have to focus on good art to see our great things.
Thank you, Saddam Jumaili. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Saddam Jumaili. Now we move to next chapter. After winter comes spring, after spring comes winter. And we will hear voices from Tunisia, from Egypt, from Syria. And as we said at the beginning, this really much connects to beginning of the Artist at Risk, because many of our first residents actually came from these countries, from these regions after the revolution. And our first speaker in this chapter is Yasmine Akrimi from Tunisia.
And behind us, we see some images from the actual revolution. This is the day in which Mubarak was overthrown on Tahrir Square. I think this is a good backdrop to this entire chapter on MENA and the entire Maghreb uprisings.
Yasmine Akrimi is a researcher and an activist from Tunisia, who has been researching social movements, economical justice in Maghreb region, and she will be also chairing the panel today. Welcome, Yasmine.
Hi. Good. Hi. Thank you a lot for this invitation and for this wonderful event. I'm really, really glad being here. I want to start with just a little maybe overview of what happened 10 years ago and across these 10 years. I know it's a lot of responsibility, so I'm a bit, stressed to do that, but I really want to talk about it. So 10 years ago, on the 17th of December 2010, so Mohamed Bouazizi, a street vendor, set himself on fire in Sidi Bouzid, which is a rural, poor region of Tunisia. And this event, although not the first of its kind, triggered a chain of reactions that culminated in the toppling of the 23-year-old authoritarian regime of Ben Ali, as you all know. So followed a series of large-scale popular protests in different Arab societies and countries as Libya, Egypt, Yemen, Syria, Sudan, Morocco, and across the regions, really. And a decade later, we are here assessing what happened and still talking about the legacy of the Arab Spring. So back then, really, nobody thought that leaderless, peaceful protests could overthrow an Arab regime, let alone several ones. As observers noted, and I remember I was very young, I was 16 at the time, it has never happened before, so why would it happen now? But something about that very specific momentum was different. It resonated differently with people, even the most apolitical ones, even my grandma, for example. It spoke spoke to decades of humiliation, deprivation, frustration, anger. Protesters' slogans on the streets echoed the experiences of generations of Arab citizens, which citizenship didn't mean or never had any real meaning. And it felt very new and exciting. So that 2011 momentum created a new sense of camaraderie and union. I remember from old ladies throwing bottles of vinegar and milk from their windows to protesters to help them, to help us resist to the police's tear gas, to crowds chanting together, to congratulating each other on another dictator's demise in the streets of Cairo, of Damascus, of Sana'a, of Tunis. That sense of pride and power we felt as Arabs for the first time in our lives came from the reappropriation of our streets and really of our faith. And today it is painful to think of the early days. It is more painful, for example, for Egyptians and Syrians than for Tunisians, but it's still painful to think of the early days of joy and optimism as the Arab Spring really became synonymous of shattered dreams of liberation and democracy and dignity. When we look at the so-called Arab world today, it is hard to imagine liberation movements ever happened in the midst of civil wars and new eras of dictatorships. So what happened? Why did it go bad? I think what happened is surprise. Surprise happened. The very reason why sudden movements motivated by popular anger succeeded in surprising lifelong regimes is also what caused their downfall, the downfall of these movements. I don't think we underestimated the brutality of the status apparatuses or the interests of the ruling classes in maintaining that status quo, that we missed the lack of any viable alternative, really. Dictatorship is, as Nasreen Malik noted, it is not just the rule of one man, it is about the sterilization of democracy, really. So there were no capable opposition parties, charismatic leaders, political programs, or any healthy media ecosystems to host and guide that transition. I think the revolutions failed because there were not enough forces necessary to the success of a revolution, not because there were too many countercurrents. Today, it is hard to see beyond the failure, the millions of displaced, of dead, of imprisoned. But a closer look to the way the post-2011 regimes, I think, are reacting and have been reacting, confirms an intuition we might all have in the region. And that is that the failure of an uprising does not equate the disappearance of the grievances that motivated that uprising. It is quite the contrary, actually. Anger is building up and regimes are increasingly paranoid. They're not allowing the slightest transgression, really. But that does not mean that people's discontent is disappearing. People's discontent is continue to push them into the streets, facing certain detention and often death. But both regimes and peoples, and I would really want to finish with that, know something that we didn't know 10 years ago. It can happen. It has happened before. And next time we will learn from our mistakes.
This is a very, very short notice that you've joined us because Ala Talbi also was going to be part of this panel. Your friend and colleague, a senior, representative of the movements in Tunisia, and we wish him the best of luck. Can you please pass those words to him? He's helping to organize resistance to the current, or the crisis that is shaking Tunis at this moment. And we also, as usual, don't hear it from our media. We'll have to leave it at that. But you'll be joining us for the panel after this. We'll just now move to this other board. See you in a moment. Thank you very much. Yasmin Makrimi. We would like to now present a further segment in which Marta Vallejo, who's a Spanish activist and theorist and academic, she has an incredibly interesting history. She was in Senegal when the revolutions broke out in the northern African region. And she then moved to Tunis and from there to Cairo and then rejoined the Spanish Indignados. We'll then, after this segment from Marta, we will have a series of interviews which our new partner in Tunis, actually new and old, he's been working with us for 2 years but now joining the European project we're launching today, AR Ench. He will be interviewing some major figures from the Tunisian media and current state of affairs there, Ahmed Kanfir. So we'll go to this segment first with Marta Vallejo. Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Marta Vallejo from Barcelona. I'm very glad to be here with you today in this very necessary event. I will be sharing with you some thoughts about the artistic strategies that can come out of the legacy of the square movements in Senegal, Egypt, and Spain, which are places which I have been biographically related. So let me start speaking about Dakar. The Yanamar movement, the Fed Up movement, was born from the initiative of a group of young people who shared their boredom over a glass of tea in an average room of an average flat at the outskirts of Dakar. In the darkness of yet another power outage, sitting around the kettle, they wondered what could be done to put an end to the general weariness, to challenge the helplessness and the indifference in front of a daily scenario of impoverishment and lack of prospects. On January 18, 2011, a group of young people sat in the Souvenir Africain Square in Dakar to stand up to the possibility that President Wade would run again as a candidate for the elections, breaking the constitutional limit of 2 presidential terms. And at first, this group of people was composed of basically young people linked to the hip-hop scene or to the Senegalese urban world, young citizens who began organizing themselves into spirits. Spirits, this is how they decided to name the self-organizing nodes that started emerging throughout the territory. The modus operandi to invoke the spirits consisted in going down to the street with a chair, sitting and talking to your neighbors, talking with mothers and children and with the elderly men and women of each neighborhood, discussing daily life and saying out loud that it is indecent to raise taxes on basic needs while power cuts may last days, that it is indecent to run the country without building alternatives to migration, that it is indecent to break the word given and to act as if you were above the law. Thus, the spirits of Yanamar jumped in the buses and started rapping during the journey, speaking out loud the words that used to be said in the streets. Yanamar organized their first gathering of notes from around the country to present the realities in what they called the Festival of Problems. And then those who had been young under President Senghor first in the 70s and under Presidents Diouf and Wade later on were amazed by the tenacity of Yanamar and their ability to mobilize people around old problems. Because, as a matter of fact, the Festival of Problems proved that the underlying problems in 2012 were still too similar to the demands that had once revolted them in their youth. The first major demonstration of Yanamar took place in February 2012 in the Obelisk Square. That day, the first victim of the mobilizations went against the Wade's re-election died in the square. He was a Senegalese oral literature student who was hit by a riot truck. Recently, Ibrahim Awan, a researcher specialized in oral literature and urban music, said that the African popular oral narrative acknowledges each era in their storytelling, that it is a form of a narration that does not superimpose an historical era on the previous one. It's a kind of narration in which times coexist, showing the different stages of history simultaneously and activating them according to the present, operating as a map for each generation to navigate its time. And this will be relevant later on in my presentation. Then in Alexandria one night, 6 years ago, while we were editing audios of the possible soundscapes of Alexandria, a friend made me listen to an old file that he had found on a hard drive. It was the sound of a group of people sitting in Togarilla Square, singing and clinking glasses against wooden tables, clapping their hands, laughing. They were the voices of my friends singing from the past, from before the time we met. It took me a few seconds to recognize them, although they were singing the same songs that I had heard them sing 1,000 times in my living room. And yet they sounded different, because it was the sound of their voices the night of Mubarak's resignation, and their voice contained an emotion that they themselves could not have imagined before 2011. In 2015, we were driving around the outskirts of Alexandria and talking with another friend about the things that we didn't feel like discussing publicly in cafes. That year, in January, we had buried Shaima Sabah, shot dead while she was bringing flowers to Tahrir Square to mark the anniversary of the revolution. Months later, in the car, my friend talked about the difficulty of measuring whether 2011 had been a victory or a defeat. I wouldn't say that victory, I will quote him. I wouldn't say that victory happened because at one point we had the loudest voice, but rather because there was a moment when we decided to take the microphone, even when the rules of the game did not foresee it. The victory is that the microphone passed through our hands. This is winning, not because we spoke louder. The voice of the regime is always stronger, by system, and it is not given that one day we could take over the microphone. That was the basis of the winning position of the regime, and this is what they lost and still haven't been able to get it back, no matter how much they scream, no matter that they have thousands of speakers and media outlets at their service. Because this cannot change the fact that we have already heard our voices while shouting into the microphone. I don't know, he still says. Maybe at this point there is nothing to celebrate. It was 2015. Perhaps the only thing we can celebrate is the blood of the people who were by our side at one point. Maybe this is what we celebrate, because we are still alive and we still have noise to make. And maybe these people, the martyrs, enjoyed making sounds, so we celebrate them by making sounds around them when they are being buried. The Egyptian poet Ais Darwish, who was imprisoned in 2019 during a random raid in the middle of the streets of Alexandria, and who was later randomly released in 2020, wrote, I quote him, "Revolution is not an idea, not a demonstration, not a person, not an action, not a revenge, not a path, not a bias, not a way of life, not an adventure, not an order, not a job, not a choice. Anything at all, revolution is a rebellious spirit." The rebellious spirit, defined by Darwish, resembles to what historian Melanie Henry has called the revolutionary treasure. While researching about the revolutionary moments of 1946 and 1977 in Egypt, she analyzed the forms and the limits of the representation and the transmission of the revolutionary experience among generations. Each of these revolutionary moments was accompanied by harsh repressive periods, and thus those who were old in 2011 had previously experienced mobilizations and moments when possible worlds opened before their eyes and followed by their successive closures. However, as in Senegal, in 2011 in Egypt, it seemed that everything began and ended with the present time. Henri explains that the experience of the revolution is ineffable, inexplicable, undefinable, that it constitutes a silent treasure, an intimate shelter by each generation during the darkest years, waiting for better times to come. A good example of this is the figure of the Alexandrian trade unionist Fathala Mahrouz. He had come in the early 20th century to Alexandria as a teenager to work in the factories, where he began to get involved in the trade union organizations. As a result of this organizing activity, he was repeatedly imprisoned and tortured throughout his anonymous life, and yet he remained active until his death in 2018. After the 2011 revolution and the Rabaa El Adawiya massacre and the military coup, Fathala kept in contact with young people, and he often discussed with them. But in their conversations, he didn't tell them about the glory of old days. Instead, he shared the experience of repression. He shared his biography to support them, to help them being better equipped and prepared for the challenge of surviving, the challenge of enduring and celebrating life before, during, and after revolutions. Then in Barcelona, I would say it's important for me to say that when 15M started, I wasn't living in Spain. So I followed the movement of the squares from afar, from Senegal first and then from Egypt. Thus, I cannot speak on behalf of the Indignados movement. As a matter of fact, I believe that no one can. It is, as in Senegal and Egypt, an intimate and yet collective experience, and for that very reason is very hard to grasp. As Darwish says, we can only speak about the ways in which this spirit has passed through us. I moved back to Barcelona in 2016, and after many years living abroad, the city I knew had changed. The ways of speaking were different, and so were the words we used, and the ways in which structural violence impacted our lives. I started to collaborate with LAPA, a platform in defense of the right to decent housing. LAPA operated as a collective space from which forms of self-organization, typical from the social movements that preceded 15M, are still put into practice. A movement that practices the methods of peaceful resistance and playful disobedience rehearsed in the squares. A space that stands for the right to squat when there are no other decent housing alternatives. A network of complicities that brings together the very diverse generations and lives that live in our cities. And they bring them together based upon the certainty that we are all affected by the effects of wild capitalism and speculation with basic human rights such as housing. This constellation of organized resistance is hardly imaginable without 15M, and yet nowadays, seen from nowadays, 2011 seems much farther away than the mere 10 years that separates us from this anniversary. One of the images that for me represents the change of 2011 in the squares is a video recorded in Plaza del Sol one day when it started raining. It is a few-minute short video that collects close-ups of hands tying ropes, placing cardboard, building shelters between tents that were planted in the square. It's an activation of everyday knowledge that is put into operation in an almost intuitive way to respond collectively to something as demobilizing as the rain. In 2021, the pandemic seems as inevitable as the rain, and yet it is giving birth to tiny and powerful forms of organization. Neighborhood support networks and forms of mutual aid that are activated locally to defend the right to a good and dignified life. These networks are not new. They are born from the articulation of knowledge and groups that already existed. We never start from scratch. If at all, we cyclically rediscover that we need each other. In Spain in 2021, under a state of emergency, when the government's instructions are that we stay at home, evictions continue to occur on a daily basis, and movements that defend the right to decent housing continue to be persecuted under the so-called GOG law, La Ley Mordaza. In Senegal in 2020, at the height of the pandemic explosion, when the authorities were still defining crisis management plans, young people decided to organize information sessions in the street, and they built mobile hand-washing devices out of recycled materials to prevent contagion. In Egypt, in 2020, Khouloud Said Amr, a young translator and writer who links the cultural world with the many other worlds that coexist in Alexandria, was kidnapped from her home. After many months, she was absurdly accused of terrorism, and to this day, she is still incarcerated and probably sick with COVID virus in the Egyptian prisons. A few days ago, I was speaking with several Egyptian friends, cultural practitioners whose name I won't disclose, because out of fear, through the years, we have learned the power of anonymity. And they talked to me about the right to forget, understood as an oblivion that requests that we stop measuring time according to revolutions, an oblivion that claims the right to a strategic memory. We know that the revolutionary treasure is ineffable, and that it can hardly be encapsulated in masterful artistic expressions. Perhaps the creation that we need today is the one that cultivates the art of sedimenting memories that precede and survive revolutionary moments. It is an art of listening to territory and caring to with nations, an art which articulates the genealogy of all forms of organization and creation and resistance that we have been able to invent. An art of the word and an art of the many other tiny forms of transmission of unspeakable experiences. An art that listens to the life of Fathala Mahrous taking the megaphone in 3 successive revolutions. An art that translates the network of complicities that Khouloud Said has woven and that today is still anonymously cared by other people. An art that stands every day at the doorsteps of homes to stop evictions in the name of the law. An art that celebrates with imagination the festival of globally local problems. After all, an art of sedimentation, which cultivates the land even in times of fallow and drought. Because, as Ben Said said, we have known more nights of defeat than victorious dawns, but precisely for that reason, we have earned the right. We have earned the right to start over again. Thank you very much.
Ce qu'on a constaté depuis 10 ans, mais ça a été un acquis, je dirais presque immédiat après la Révolution, c'est qu'il y a eu une liberté d'expression ouverte, un jaillissement de la parole publique qui ne s'est pas refermé depuis 10 ans. C'est-à-dire qu'on est, je pense, dans des très rares pays arabo-musulmans, peut-être avec le Liban, où la parole publique n'est pas censurée, où les journalistes ne sont pas censurés, où un artiste peut dire à peu près ce qu'il veut sans être censuré, sans être inquiété, sans finir en prison. C'est peut-être le seul grand et véritable acquis de la révolution tunisienne de janvier 2011.
En tant que journaliste exerçant sur les activités culturelles et les créations artistiques, évidemment que c'est encore plus intéressant parce que si l'artiste arrive à créer librement, arrive à s'exprimer librement, nous pouvons être dans une chaîne de valeurs qui valorise l'acte de création et la liberté comme une valeur clé.
من رأيي أنا نشوف إنه فما دي سوجي تابو اللي هما توا ما نجموش لي زارتيست ما ينجموش يحكيو فيهم بالكدا اللي هما مثلا عندك لوموسيكسواليتي لي سيكسواليتي نون نورماتيف بصفة عامة معناها الجنسانيات اللا معيارية في تونس حتى الحريات الدينية ماهيش حاجة مطروحة بسهولة معناها في الفن بصفة عامة في تونس.
جراس الثورة التونسية نجمنا نتناولوا مواضيع كانوا وقت المخلوع مش ممكنين. مثلا احنا اون سوكيب برشا بالايكولوجي لانه نحبوا نواكبوا العصر نتاعنا، نحبوا نعيشوا في مجتمع مهتم بالبيئة اللي يلزم نوع من التوعية تصير grâce à des médias citoyens كما نتاعنا احنا روتس تي في.
Reste encore la question de l'atteinte au sacré, qui fait l'objet d'une certaine confusion au niveau de la Constitution, qui fait l'objet de confusion au niveau politique. Aujourd'hui, les artistes, comme les journalistes, ont le droit de s'exprimer dans la limite de l'atteinte au sacré.
Déjà, le fait que les personnes LGBTQI في تونس ينجموا يخرجوا ويوريوا ليدونتيتي نتاعهم تتسمى فورمه من لي فورم تاع الليبرتي ديكسبرسيون، اما راهو هذه ماهيش حاجه محميه راهي في تونس، على خاطر ما تنساوش اللي في تونس عندنا الارتيكل 230 اللي هو يعاقب لي بيرسون ال جي بي تي كيو اي ب3 سنين حبس جوست على خاطرهم ال جي بي تي كيو اي، على خاطرهم مثليين ومثليات، عابرين عابرات، مزدوجي ومزدوجات الميل الجنسي معناه.
احنا نتلاقوا برشا بلي مينوريتي لي مينوريتي سيكسويل لي مينوريتي لي سوبساهاريان اللي عايشين في تونس، لان احنا نو سوم بورتور دان ميساج ميليتون، ان ميساج contre le racisme et un message pour le vivre ensemble.
Il y a différents sujets qu'on peut considérer comme conflictuels, tabous. Je ne pense pas qu'on a désormais des sujets tabous, peut-être en dehors du tabou religieux. Mais sinon, par rapport aux autres thématiques, il peut y avoir des rapports conflictuels ou qui peuvent susciter différentes formes de censure. Quand on parle de différentes formes de censure, je pense que la plus pesante aujourd'hui pour la presse, du moins en Tunisie, c'est la censure économique. Pour les artistes, ce sont les questions qui touchent de près ou de loin à la religion ou au corps policier. Je rappelle que la Tunisie a été pendant 5 décennies, depuis l'indépendance jusqu'à la révolution, un État policier. Il reste des résidus de cet État policier, il reste des instruments d'exercice de différentes formes de pression à travers les forces sécuritaires en général. Et donc ça reste aussi une certaine forme de censure quand on interdit des concerts dans des festivals estivaux, quand on harcèle les artistes qui peuvent créer des œuvres ou qui peuvent avoir des propos qui critiquent la police, ça aussi c'est une autre forme de censure.
Alors, ce qui serait intéressant de demander, justement, c'est par rapport aux artistes. En tant que journaliste, en tant que cinéaste ici, il n'y a pas de... Je travaille ici, je travaille à l'extérieur, on n'imagine pas de censure, personne ne vous dit jamais de vous taire. Mais si vous avez un propos qui ne convient pas, qui vous dites voilà, je vais heurter telle sensibilité, je vais heurter telle personne, ou faut éviter que je dise ça, voilà. Vous risquez simplement de ne pas pouvoir créer. C'est ça qui aujourd'hui me semble un petit peu dangereux. C'est quelles sont les marges de transgression. Pour qu'on parle d'artiste ou qu'on parle de culture, ça veut dire transgresser. Donc ça veut dire transgresser le sacré, ça veut dire transgresser un milieu qui est un petit milieu où chacun s'observe et chacun se tient, ça veut dire transgresser le politique. Et donc la question, plus que de savoir si les artistes ont la liberté d'expression, c'est quelle est la capacité de transgresser aujourd'hui en Tunisie 10 ans après la Révolution.
عنا الفيستيفال متاع موجودين اللي هو يصير كل عام. الفيستيفال هذا متاع افلام كويريه، معناها افلام تعنى بالمجتمع الكويري ال LGBTQI. في الفيستيفال هذايا فما ناس اللي هم دي ارتيست، دي رياليزاتور، دي دانسور دانسوز يجيو من برا يعملوا دي اتوليي للناس اللي تحضر في الفيستيفال. حاجه راهي ماهيش موجوده في المنطقه معناها متاع المغرب الكبير، هذه حاجه تتسمى سابقه معناها من نوعها.
الميديا روتس تي في اللي حضرناه يتناول المواضيع بدقه، معناها ندخلوا في مناطق حساسه، مناطق صناعيه، وحتى مناطق نجم نقولوا عسكريه انه الحكومه تتستر على مواضيع في البيئه. فما تلوث كبير ياسر مثلا في منطقه جابس، واحنا معروفين لان دخلنا فيهم صورنا التلوث منين هابط من جروب شيميك تونيزيان اللي هو يعتبر من اكبر الملوث في تونس، والتاثيرات نتاعو على المناخ تمس حتى الكره الارضيه الكل.
Je ne pense pas que la liberté d'expression a des limites et je préfère ne pas parler des limites. Est-ce que la liberté d'expression a des contextes d'exercice favorables à son exercice ou pas? Évidemment. Est-ce que certains contextes ne permettent pas de dire tout et n'importe quoi par responsabilité sociale ou citoyenne? Évidemment. La différence entre la liberté d'expression et le discours de haine me semble claire. La différence entre la liberté d'expression et la diffamation pure et simple sont claires. Donc je préfère parler de liberté d'expression sans limite plutôt que de lui imposer des limites qui ne relèvent carrément pas de la liberté d'expression, qui sont autre chose.
Les démocraties sont fragiles par nature. Elles sont fragiles par nature, donc on va cerner à un moment, ça a été le cas en Égypte, et c'était le cas pendant les années 2011-2013, on va cerner un danger, mais attention, en focalisant sur ce danger, on n'imagine pas toujours le danger suivant. C'est là où, si on sort un petit peu de l'artiste en tant qu'artiste créateur, objet... et de son objet de création, on évoque la liberté d'expression et surtout l'intelligentsia au sens large. C'est un terme auquel je tiens. C'est-à-dire que comment réfléchir, comment pressentir les mécanismes d'oppression qui seront ceux de demain. En Égypte, ça a pris une tournure très rapidement, absolument tragique. Et ils sont loin de pouvoir s'en sortir. Ouais.
ما لازمش ننساو ان وضعنا ياسر مختلف على البلدان الأخرى، كما مثلا في مصر الناس ما عندهاش الحق أصلا تذكر اسم السيسي في حاجة فيها حتى شوية إساءة معناها ولا نقد وإلا حاجة معناها تحكي على النظام في مصر ولا العسكر في مصر. نشوفوا في مصر مثلا قاعدة برشا ناس تتوقف، ديزاكتيفيست يتوقفوا على حاجات معناها تافهة، على حاجات تدخل في إطار حرية التعبير اللي هي حاجه ما هيش موجوده برشا في تونس. معناه اوكي فما ناس توقفت على دي ستاتيو فيسبوك وكل، اما c'est incomparable معناها.
Le contexte est incomparable. La liberté d'expression en Tunisie est beaucoup plus respectée, protégée que dans les autres pays de la région arabe. En règle générale, la Tunisie est un pays qui a certaines garanties démocratiques, contrairement à la majorité des régimes autoritaires de la région. Et par conséquent, il y a une marge de liberté d'expression nettement plus importante et un respect de la liberté d'expression plus important également. Cependant, la liberté d'expression est une bataille qu'on vit au quotidien, y compris en Tunisie, c'est-à-dire que tout n'est pas simple, tout n'est pas clair. Il y a de vieux réflexes que nous avons hérités. Il y a aussi une certaine forme de pression sociale qui sont bien ancrées dans la société et il faut gérer tout en prenant en compte ces différents paramètres.
انا نشوف اللي فما امل في المستقبل في حريات اكثر مادام فما جمعيات تخدم مادام فما مجتمع مدني قوي في تونس وكهو.
This documentary was asking the question, what freedom of expression? Next, we'll go to streets of Cairo, where we are witnessing right now a total crackdown in freedom of expression and human rights. The first video is based on the musical, which takes us to Egypt in 2011 by Lassour Brothers, producer Taipi Makbar. We are really happy that actually we are launching today the album. It's Flap My Wings, produced by Lassour Brothers. And for the first time ever, we'll watch here an animation made by Cancer. We are very honored. Cancer is an artist who was here in Helsinki in 2013 when Artist at Risk program was called On the Move. He's somebody whose route we have followed since then. He was a leading figure in the streets of Cairo during the revolution, doing stencils and street art, historical pieces such as a life-size tank and a bread carrier.
And we can add that the Lassour Brothers premiered the piece, which is based on a musical, We Live in Cairo, at the American Repertory Theatre at Harvard in Cambridge, Massachusetts. And we're very, as Marita said, very happy that we can kind of pre-premiere Ganzir and the Lassour Brothers video clip today. And the second will be...
And second is called Letter to Mohammed. It's really poetic and touching piece by a journalist, Marti, who is nowadays based in Italy and who had to leave Egypt. He's now in exile due to due to oppression and violation of journalists and media, which is very extreme in Egypt today. This piece is produced by our Artist at Risk partners in Italy, No Stalker and No Working. So thanks go to Morteza, to Sarah, to Julia and Lorenzo.
And Julia.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. We are coming to you from the East Coast of the United States. We're so happy to be here. My name is Patrick Lassour.
And I'm Daniel Lassour.
And I'm Tabi Magar.
We are the creators behind the musical theater piece We Live in Cairo, which follows 6 young revolutionaries, about 18 to 22 years old, as they take part in the revolution, the Egyptian revolution of 2011, and then its aftermath. The show really asks the question, the central question of this show and what we try to explore is the question of how far does one go for the love of one's country?
And so over the past 4 months, we've been working on an album of songs from our musical entitled Flap My Wings, Songs from Cairo. You can stream the full album via the link in the chat. It's a really special project to us because so many of the artists who were inspirational for the score came aboard to take part in some way, interpret songs, or as Tabi will talk about, contribute art. The song we're presenting, Flap My Wings, is a response to the killing of Egyptian student Khaled Said and the system around him that led to the uprising in Tahrir Square in 2011.
So we're sharing today an animation made by Ganzir, the Egyptian revolutionary street artist, and a dear friend of ours and long collaborator on the project. And as soon as we knew we were making the album, we knew we wanted to engage him because we know that art is rebellion, and art is revolution, and art is moving the culture forward and moving the thinking forward. But it's also about remembering, and this piece is very much about remembering Khalid Said and all the revolutionaries who lost their lives. And so it's a great honor to share it with you at this event, and we hope you enjoy, and thank you to Ganzir for helping us make it.
Thank you.
They feed me lies, if not then scraps of truth. They fill me up with shit. I feel shame, they fill themselves, they fill me up again. This time on state TV, they said he ate hashish. That makes no sense, they say it anyways. They say it anyways. There are many ways to tell the truth. Just tell them that the youth are doing drugs. That's why he died, and drugs are wrong. That is not done, that is haram. They like confections most. They let their bellies out. When they're full, they feed themselves. They drive in chauffeured cars. They shut down rotaries. And if you know the man in charge, you pass by, you pass by, you pass by, you pass by. You have rights, you pass by. You're my friend, you pass by. I can see them. I can see deep within. I can hear them when they say there's no wind of change, but I can flap my wings. They close their doors are beautiful, their rooms are filled with men who tell them yes and ask them questions on the cost of roads and just how much is left for the function. Celebrating 30 years of this, they rent a tent to celebrate, and then they celebrate as they meditate on all the ways to tell the truth while drinking cups of tea. No whiskey for them, well maybe some, though it's haram. Doors to close, we do have much to say. We keep close, and in the dark we see the natural thing, that there's a choice between the shit they feed us and the food. For my life, for my soul, for my time, for my land, for the love of my home, for the love of my home, for the love of my home, for the love of my home. I can see them, I can see I can hear they say there's no wind of change, but I can flap my wings.
صديقي العزيز محمد، يا شهدنا الغالي، أنا بقالنا الوقت داخلين على 10 سنين وما شفناش بعض، لأنك أنت سبتني واستشهدت في سبيل حبك لبلدنا ولشعبنا. أنت فوق دلوقتي في السماء وإحنا في الأرض، لكن حلمك اللي أنت كنت بتحلمه، عيش وحرية وعدالة اجتماعية وكرامة إنسانية، ال4 شعارات بتاع ثورتنا لسه عايشين جوانا وما قدرناش لغاية الوقت نحققهم، لكن قلوبنا كلنا عمرانة بيها. فرحيلك صحيح مؤثر فينا جدا جدا لأنك مش موجود دلوقتي معانا، لكن كل أحلامك موجودة في قلوبنا، وحاسين كلنا إن احنا عاوزين نحققها عشان انت كمان تشعر بالسعادة وانت فوق في السماء بعد ما قتلك الشرطة في أثناء أحداث ثورتنا في يناير 2011. كلنا بنحبك وبنعتبرك كنت أجمل وأنبل واحد فينا، لأنك ضحيت بنفسك عشان الحلم الجماعي لنا كلنا، لبلدنا ولناسنا. مش ضحيت بنفسك عشان نفسك، ضحيت عشان الناس، عشان الوطن. فكل سنة وانت طيب، وإن شاء الله هنقدر نحقق حلمك وحلمنا، وكلنا هنبقى سعداء. وأنا واثق إنك أنت هتبقى سعيد فوق في السماء في اليوم الجميل اللي ما تلاقي أحلامك اتحققت على الواقع. سلام يا صاحبي، سلام يا صاحبي، وعاشت الثورة مرة تانية إن شاء الله.
Come hai avuto la cittadinanza italiana?
2006.
Perché?
Ero giornalista, corrispondente, anche dopo sposato mia moglie è italiana, ho preso la cittadinanza. Però mai ho sentito che questa cittadinanza dà per me protezioni, ho sentito come una cosa di più. Anche in Egitto quando sono tornato non ho detto a nessuno ce l'hai la cittadinanza.
Però nel 2017
Però mi serviva tanto perché quando volevo scappare dall'Egitto sono riuscito, ma anche serviva anche prima perché loro hanno saputo dopo il massacro di giugno, loro hanno saputo perché tutti i giornalisti italiani che vengono in Egitto abbiamo...
E a Patrick Zaki potrebbe servire la cittadinanza?
Tantissimo, tantissimo. Per spiegare anche la situazione che noi stiamo vivendo in Egitto, io ho scritto una lettera di un martirio che ha partecipato con noi durante la rivoluzione. Lui non c'è più, lui è partito perché hanno ammazzato, perché lui sognava della libertà, di giustizia sociale, dignità umana, di vivere come esseri umani in un paese ha cancellato tutti gli aspetti umani della vita quotidiana del popolo egiziano. Questa lettera ha scritto a lui perché lui non c'è più, lui è andato al cielo e noi ancora al suo sogno della dignità umana, della giustizia sociale, di tutte le cose che noi abbiamo pensato, portiamo nel nostro cuore e aspettiamo il giorno che riusciamo a realizzarla.
Grazie Marco.
Grazie a te Piero. Shukran.
عفوا يا عمو.
Shukran. That's from AR Rome, artist at risk, Rome Stalker, Working Space. Thank you for your amazing work on that video. Very, very moving pieces, those two. We're now going to go to a very different view from Syria, where it was even more tragic than in any other country of the Arab world. We have our old friend and former AR resident, Issa Toma, who's recorded this statement, which I think we have to reflect on in the plenary. It's something that is about the question of leadership, which was addressed by the World Social Forum panel. How can we have a revolution or a rebellion in which the leadership doesn't take responsibility? And how do you compare that to other rebellions in the history of European politics, for example, which we claim so important, ramifications for world history, such as the French Revolution? Let's listen to Issa Toma from Aleppo.
AR asked me to talk about the rebellions in the Middle East, and I will talk about Syria. Any revolution around the world starts with the group of the people for better life. And this group of the people should have sharp leaders, sharp message, and also to working for the better life. This was not the case in Syria. Our revolutionary people, we didn't know who they are, and we didn't know who are leading them, and we didn't know this group at all. Even later when some leaders come out, we never hear about them before. So they was not very close to the people to believe them, believe on them. Of course, some Europeans, they look to them as the freedom leaders, as the intellectual, as people can make change in the Middle East. Of course, for us, it's not that impossible, because I will give example from French Revolution. French Revolution start with the group of the intellectual and also politicians who make really stay during all the problems with the people inside. Even most of them, they lost their head, but they didn't left the country, or they didn't run away from the country. They suffer today. They give republic and very nice law to the whole entire Europe. So where are our people? They are not here. They are not between the people. So we didn't know their message. We didn't know what they want. In the end, they ran away. And this was the big difference between the revolutionary in Syria and revolutionary of Europe.
Thank you, Issa Toma. It's from Syria. Next, we'll welcome our panelists, the panel After Winter Comes Spring ? This panel is chaired by Yasmin Akrimi. You heard it earlier today. And she will be joined by Rami Essam, the singer of Tahrir Square, an AR alumni, who was one of our first residents here in Helsinki, Hossam Fasullah, and Ahmed Mohamed Kanfir, who is the director of Art Veda and Artist at Risk partner in Tunis. Floor is yours, Yasmin.
Okay, so we'll continue to, before the panel starts, there's a little technical issue. Are we ready? Okay. Okay, yeah. Good. Thank you very much. Yasmina, please take the chairpersonship.
Okay. Hi guys, how are you? How was your day?
Fine.
Good. A lot of things to discuss today. I really want to start because I have so many ideas watching everything we watch and listening to everything we listen to. I think that the weight of memory as we talk 10 years after, the people we lost and the things we lost and the things we want to keep alive inside of us is very important. Maybe we should start with that, really, like memory. How do we keep through art the memory of those who are gone and the things that we lost alive, really? Marta, do you want to start? I know you want to start.
Okay, it's fine. No, I don't know. Maybe from my biography, it might help. Like I was just thinking about it today, early in the day. The two generations that precede me in my family in Barcelona have all been subjected to to dictatorship, torture, war, so on, so on, so on. So before going to Egypt, before going to experience the effects of dictatorship, repression, and so on, I had already some of these memories embodied in me. It's like as long as we, so I mentioned that because I think it's very relevant to be equipped to deal with the immediate effects of repression, but also with the fact, with this certitude that we live through that. Like, unless we get killed, we live through that. And and the ways in which this memory is transmitted, they are domestic and they are tiny and they are not written in capital letters, but we need to, and maybe in times of lockdown, in times of pandemic, in times of very harsh repressive periods, such as in Egypt, it's important to pay attention to these mechanisms, like these daily life mechanisms that we transmit on how we have been through that, because otherwise we keep on repeating the cycle of frustration. First we did it every year, then we did it every 5 years, now we are doing every 10 years. And the effect of the trauma of having experienced a revolutionary moment is so difficult to carry. Like, it's such a burden that it may paralyze us. And meanwhile, we have survived these 10 years, and we had survived many other years before. So maybe like using memory in a strategic way, like changing a little bit the focus, no? Like, I have in mind what Laila Soleiman is doing in her documentary theater. Like she's putting the focus on previous moments of history that have that provide tools to understand the nowadays situation when we are not allowed to speak out openly about the current situation. So I don't know.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think so. The situation in Tunisia and in Egypt are very different. That we know, especially from a perspective of freedom of expression. But there's that will to desacralize really and change history and really forget really, and put apart completely the question of memory, even as artists are still being subjected to torture, imprisonment. Today I know Rami, there's Gamal al-Bahiri, and I know there's a campaign going on at the moment. I know I have been deeply traumatized by what happened to Shadi Habash. And this question of this ongoing memory really is at the heart of the history of the Arab Spring 10 years later.
Yes, and thanks for talking about Galal, and because
I think you're muted.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now you can hear me.
Yes.
Yes. Thanks for talking about Galal. And Galal Bahiri is an Egyptian poet that he's a colleague and friend, and he's in jail now. While he is civilian, he was sentenced from a military court for 3 years because of his poetry book. And we are campaigning on the case with Artists at Risk from day one, and we have other organizations pushing with all ways possible. But still, sometimes we need to push more. We need to do as much as we can to release the guys. That's what I can say. And Galal is still in jail. Shadi Habash lost his life without doing anything in jail. And Mustafa Gamal, that is also another human being that is still in jail because of the same case. And this is just one case in the Egyptian jails. And let's remember how bad conditions are the Egyptian jails at the moment. And I wanna talk about what Marta was saying just fast, that the well-being and the mental health of any person that was taking part of any movement, it's very real and it's very important. And I think that what happened to me and what happened to many of my friends and other people that were in the streets, that just easily you just get into your own zone and you suffer alone. But one of them best tools to really help myself and see other people getting better was to try to contact people that lived the same experience with you and try just to talk and have conversations. It been extremely helpful.
you. Hussein, do you want to add something on this?
Yeah, first, I really feel emotional at this point, and I did not expect that, which is maybe it was like stupid of me, but these videos that we just watched together were very emotional to me. And I want to take this moment and kind of reflect on the space that we're in right now, what we have right now, like this virtual place that we have. Rami is gonna sing in a bit, 10 years after the revolution, kind of like almost same thing, like how it was. And I think that this need for this place where we sit together and reflect was like a major component of the Egyptian revolution. And I think it still fascinates me to this day how Egyptians managed to create a place out of nothing, which is Tahrir Square, where we all felt like we're at home, we know each other, we share the same dreams and ambitions. And I feel like one thing that is for sure is that this need is still within us, and autocratic regimes and dictatorships were never stable. They're always fragile, and we're gonna find our place again. And it's great that we, in this memory, we have this feeling now that we're still together, and hopefully we're gonna do it in a physical place.
It reminds me when you said creating a space out of nowhere, which is the Tahrir Square, or in Tunisia, Habib Bourguiba, or other places. The first thing that the dictatorships did to take that momentum from us is really take that reappropriation of public places from us. They literally limited the places where we can go and shout, and not just shout and because of anger, but just be together, create a community. This is the way they broke community down. First by taking them out, and of course through violence and imprisonment. And it reminds me of something that is happening right now in Tunis, which is really, yesterday I was in the center of Tunis, and protests were going on, and all the roads leading to the main avenue were closed, and police presence was incredible. Ahmed, I'm sure you want to talk about that. I know you were there. I think you were there. Do you want to talk about what you saw and how that will to take the public spaces out of people is really going on 10 years in Tunisia after we are after we normally are the only country that maintained a certain public expression, or like freedom of expression thing.
Yeah, the situation here is unstoppable. It's always moving, and there is. We are waiting for what's going on here and what will be these next few days. I feel that I introduced myself like this. I want to talk about the situation. Sorry about that.
I'd like to thank Ahmed one more time for producing this incredible, very high quality series of interviews in the last few days. And I think we've been receiving updates on the situation in Tunis. I think, just if I may say one thing, although we're not really part of this panel, Marit and I, we wanted to be here to we actually almost invited and tried to get the Belarusian to join us in this panel, because it's happening right now. And he said, but without us even reading the program, said, well, spring is coming. And so that somehow in the name of this chapter, if after spring came winter, does spring come after winter again?
And what we just heard from our friends from India, they are on the streets. But Rami, it's basically you had something to.
No, I wanted to say that maybe today or tomorrow, or nothing will happen in Egypt like people would love to have or to see, and what been happening after 10 years for real if we were really on the right path from before. But like Hussam said, like Ahmed, like Eva and Marita, like all of you, like the chance will always come back. The only thing we can do is just to stay together and to be more and more prepared than the last time. That's the only thing. And before Ahmed will talk about Tunis, just one thing very important. I'm so happy that Yasmin and Ahmed will talk about what's going in Tunis at the moment, because like we said earlier, like there is this like fake picture in the Middle East, especially that Tunis became like heaven after the spring, and I know that this is not the case, and it's so important that you will talk about the reality and what's going on in the streets.
Go ahead, please.
Okay. Yeah, I tell you, we are still in the police regime here. People are in the street, no caring about Corona, just fighting the authority over abusing the power. And for artists here, artists want to work here is often influenced by the founder, who most the time has political agenda and forces religious or ideological restriction. So it's not really the heaven here, but we are still working it.
Exactly. I wanna jump on what Rami said about the hope is always there, and I think the more paranoid the regime is, as the Egyptian regime is very paranoid, very aggressive, they are that paranoid because they know that at any time a revolution can happen again, because it happened before, and the people are very aware of that. It happened before, so it could happen at any moment. So the more repressive they are, the more, for me, it is actually ironically a good sign, because that means they are very weak and very unstable and just waiting for a momentum to happen. So yeah, that's for me. Marta, you were raising your hand.
Just following the
Sorry
thread
to
of,
interrupt. It's a fascinating discussion. Our time has run out already by far. So we're going to have to continue again in the plenary. We have one more chapter to go. So please join us after that, and we'll bring it to the bigger audience. So join us then. I'd like to thank all of you. Please, Rami.
And then join... Yeah.
Marta, Ahmed, and of course Yasmin for sharing.
And of course, Rami will play Kick 2 hours, so you will hear Rami's voice into evening again. So stay tuned for that, and we will move to the next chapter. Okay. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Bye.
So we are moving to the last chapter of this symposium, the planetary ecology at risk. And we know that this whole Earth, the whole planet is at the risk. We are facing climate emergency, which is actually, it's touching all of us. So we are really happy that we have such movements joining us as Extinction Rebellion today, who are really taking a direct action. It's according to all the scientific reports, we need a total turn in 10 years. But this also means that this doesn't go without the risk. Therefore, as we said at the beginning, we also have started a program for ecologists at risk. Because at the moment, those people who defend actually its ecological affairs are also facing deaths. In Latin America, 4 ecological defenders are killed every week. So the number is higher at the moment than the number of the journalists.
And we're hoping that our first artists at risk or ecologists at risk residency will be opening in this year. And we hope that funding will be forthcoming. It is one of the most, perhaps the biggest crisis of our time, which causes all the other crises, like migration is caused by ecological and climate crisis, like social conflict, like drought, like poverty. All of these things are interconnected and intersectional. We hope that's represented on the panel. We're now going to go straight to some words by Benjamin Abras, whose performance we saw before, and he's in conversation with a Brazilian activist from the Amazon.
Eu sou Benjamin Abras, sou um artista interdisciplinar, sou ator, bailarino, contemporâneo e trabalho como poeta, e a poesia é a base desse meu processo de criação e pesquisa.
Meu nome é Ricardo Aleixo, eu sou um artista e pesquisador das poéticas intermídia, com foco no legado africano no Brasil. Eu estou muito contente por debater com o meu amigo e parceiro Benjamin Abras sobre o tema ancestralidade e rebelião, porque são dois tópicos fundamentais para a compreensão da história negra no Brasil e nas Américas como um todo. E o meu contentamento se amplia porque Benjamin, como um gênio filho de Exu, ao invés de deixar os dois termos separados, ancestralidade num lugar e rebelião em outro, ele mostra que é exatamente o cultivo da nossa ancestralidade que permitiu a nós, negros, a investida em contínuas rebeliões. Isso significa, ao invés de deixar esses dois termos, ancestralidade e rebelião, separados, ele os aproxima. O que importa no que Benjamin faz é, mais do que aproximar conceitualmente esses dois termos, mostrar que significam a mesma coisa. Para nós, negros, ancestralidade é rebelião.
Ancestralidade é rebelião porque ela vem na contramão da educação colonial. E essa educação da colonização, ao redor do mundo, ela sempre pregou que a cultura advinda da África é uma cultura atrasada e inferior. E a experiência da cultura afro-brasileira, como várias outras, né, nas diásporas, mostram o oposto, como, por exemplo, a capoeira.
Uma pergunta necessária. Por que motivo ancestralidade, rebelião? Uma resposta possível. Porque ancestralidade diz respeito ao que já aconteceu, ao que acontece agora e ao que precisa vir a acontecer no futuro. Cultivar uma noção de ancestralidade significa, portanto, ter direito a uma ideia de futuro.
And an interesting contribution there, something original. We are very pleased to have totally new continents joining our kind of work. And now we are going to be watching a piece. It's an overview by Daria Miller, one of the co-curators of the exhibition at the ZKM Karlsruhe Museum, one of the top 10 museums in the world. Daria Miller is a co-curator along with the main curator, Latour, Bruno Latour, the sociologist, with Peter Weibel, the director of the ZKM. They have an exhibition reflecting on Latour's thought of the critical zone. Let's watch.
Hello everybody and warmly welcome into the exhibition Critical Zones. This exhibition was initiated by Bruno Latour and curated by him together with Peter Weibel and the curatorial team at the ZKM Karlsruhe. In the center of the exhibition is a question of a shift in a perspective. Modernity left us suspended in the mid-air, but the deep ecological crisis that we are witnessing today tells us that we cannot live in the future as we used to live to, and we cannot live without taking into consideration the planetary boundaries, We need a new politics of the Earth on the planetary scale. And this politics has to emerge now. It is highly needed. Therefore, the following questions are in the center of the exhibition. On what territory to land? How to describe this territory? How to become terrestrial and aware of the manifold entanglements that shape the world we are living in? And what policies do we need to ensure that the Earth stays livable and habitable in the future? All these questions are in the center of the exhibition, and we need to find answers to them if we want to land without crashing. We live not on Earth that is a solid astronomical body among myriads of others, and not on the globe that has informed our relationship to the Earth so far. The globe, as a reference to define our relationship to the Earth, leads to a deep disorientation, suggesting that we take a perspective of dominance and control. We cannot see the territory we live in from an impossible perspective, from outside. The concept of the critical zone proposes another view, a view from within the living and entangled world. The term critical zone comes from geoscience and denotes the Earth's permeable near-surface layer, from the tops of the trees to the bottom of the groundwater. It is a living, breathing, constantly evolving boundary layer, where rock, soil, water, air, and living organisms interact. We live in and are embedded in the dynamic processes of this fragile and highly reactive skin of the planet, in which all life has evolved and created the conditions for sustaining life. Therefore, we are also part of its biogeochemical cycles. The Gaia hypothesis, co-developed by James Lovelock and Lynn Margulis, and the Earth system science teach us that the life forms do not passively reside within an environment, but they actively shape the conditions of their own existence and the conditions of existence for other life forms. And this happens through interaction of the life forms with each other, but also with the abiotic matter. Thus, soils, the atmosphere, and the chemical composition of the oceans are extensions, are products and byproducts of activity of living things. As Lynn Margulis put it once, life is made possible by other life. It is its own condition. How can we learn from other life forms to make worlds and terraform without extinctions and without devastations? How can we sustain endangered worlds and stories? What stories enable us to compose an Earth on which to land? How to map this new territory that suddenly emerged due to the ecological crisis? How not to think in toxic taxonomies and hierarchies, but to develop a worldly and involved attitude towards the world we live in? Have we ever been individuals? Have we ever been human? If we need to relocate ourselves, then we need to draw new coordinates of the space where we live in, but also become aware of the land we live from. There is a disconnection between the two definitions of the borders of our land: the borders of the nation-states and the real borders of the places that let us thrive and soil on which we rely. We need to superimpose these two territories on top of one another to better understand what we depend on, what we have to defend. These columns, constructed out of salt blocks, are a monument to the future extraction of lithium at the territory of the largest salt flat of the world, located in Bolivia. Lithium is extracted to boost the digitization and e-mobility. How are we interconnected with the colonial past in our ways of living and consuming? How can we become aware of the ghost acres of vast territories that ensure our wealth? Art, science, and the knowledge of the communities come together. And commonly, we organize a search movement for what it means to be earthbound and terrestrial, for what it means to be enfolded into this thin layer of life, into the critical zone where so many various transformation processes take place. Together, we need to find a common ground in order to better understand how we would like to live together in the future, and how we can reorient ourselves toward this new scientific knowledge.
Thank you, Daria Miller, for the introduction. ZKM in Karlsruhe is one of our artist at risk hosting partners. Also in our new network, we have hosted artists before together as well. We are very happy to hear next Claire Farrell, who is one of the co-founders of Extinction Rebellion, which is a ecological movement. It's of civil disobedience, direct action, which has spread worldwide very fast after 2018 when it was established. It's reacting to climate emergency, and basically it's saying that there's a mass extinction if we don't act now. And they have a 3-step program we will hear more about. It is at least in the panel, but we'll give a word now to Claire Farrell, who will talk about the strategies Extinction Rebellion has chosen in this state the whole planet is facing.
Okay. Hi everyone, my name's Claire and I'm from Extinction Rebellion. I'm gonna just say a few things about how we got started and some of the thinking behind the strategy. So from the creative perspective, I was part of the founding membership, and we formed a design team, I guess, like an art department together, a bunch of us. And one of the key things about setting that up was the idea of creating an identity, but also giving it away for free very quickly, which obviously kind of flies in the face of the majority of work that people might do in branding, communication, and stuff like that. We knew that we wanted to make something that was angry and peaceful. We knew that we wanted to try to make something that was inclusive as possible. So we tried not to be, for example, aligned with a single color, aligned with a whole color palette that would hopefully allow engagement from many places. We also knew that the identity had to be deeply connected to a sense of grief, to a sense of the idea that compassion is the most rational response to the situation that we find ourselves in terms of ecological breakdown and potential societal collapse, because we are tasking ourselves with looking at the worst possible outcomes. And examining the fat tail risks, and examining the scientific reticence, examining the possibility that things might be worse than we think, which I don't know about you, but I repeatedly feel when I receive a new paper, like I did just the other week with that Frontiers paper, that things are worse than most people think. And then what else did we mix in with there, I guess, is momentum-driven organising. So the ideas that help people to rapidly mobilise, we felt like we needed it to feel like an emergency mobilisation. One of the key pieces of design, I guess, in a way, is the talk. And I think a lot of people don't know necessarily from the outside that Extinction Rebellion has mainly been organised through very conventional means. It's not something which emerged from something online. It's something which was very, very intentionally constructed around quite old-fashioned methods of mobilising. One of the main key tools was a talk called Heading for Extinction and What to Do About It. First of all, I think the paradox in the name is helpful, because the kind of people who show up to a talk called Heading for Extinction and What to Do About That I suspect a certain type of person who's able to engage with that kind of paradox. But within the talk, we covered the science and the question of the risks, and we introduced thinking around biodiversity loss, which often at the time felt quite separate to climate. And at the end of the talk, we suggested that maybe the route that we might take would be to undertake mass participation, civil disobedience, with a commitment to non-violence. And at the end, we sent round these pieces of paper to ask people to tick a box if they wanted to get involved. And the options were that you could either help get involved, you could offer to face arrest, or you might tick a box which said you would be willing to risk a potential jail sentence for the work. I guess another thing about the work in terms of the design and the strategy is about creating dilemma. So a lot of our original work before XR, as many people as part of a network in the UK, was looking at direct action and non-violent direct action, but also especially looking at how to create dilemma. So in my opinion, when you open a dilemma space through non-violent work, you open a space which didn't exist before you undertook the act. And in addition to that, we were focused on making these things replicable. So trying to design stuff which people could pick up and do themselves with low barrier to entry. You don't need loads of special skills. Don't need tons of money, hopefully, something that makes it easy for people to do. And I guess importantly as well, taking this work into an urban space. So not thinking about direct action as always having to be something which puts the sand in the gears of industry or of politics, but also of a way of sort of symbolically showing non-violence in mass numbers in urban spaces, particularly in cities where you know that the media are, where you know that there are key decision makers, where there's business, where there's politicians, where there's civil servants. And so we were very focused on an urban space, I would say in a strategic sense. And this sense of replicable civil disobedience has, and I'm quite surprised by how much it has, rippled out around the world, and many people have picked up the things that we did originally in the UK and taken them and performed these kinds of similar acts in other countries. And now Extinction Rebellion has a presence in over 70 countries around the world. We also, I guess, importantly felt like it needed to be about emotion, and we wanted to mainstream the culture around feeling emotion around climate and around biodiversity loss, because we know that we're living through a heartbreaking situation. I mean, I don't know if there is any precedent, really. I don't think there is, for the situation that we're in currently, the scale of the threat, the existential nature of it, and the fact that some aspects of it are also exponential, right? So the only thing that you have to do for this to get worse is to not do anything. And I don't know if there are that many other similar social contexts or environmental contexts that people have acted against in the past. So I'm going to leave it at that, and I'll speak to you in a sec on the panel.
Thanks a lot. It's Claire. It's for your contribution. We would like to start by asking Benjamin Abras to reflect this coming from his tradition, that how kind of human beings are seen as a part of the nature, which of course is kind of holistic starting point also in this crisis, is the core element.
Yeah. Well, first, thank you very much, Marieta and Nico, for that opportunity to be here. It's a huge responsibility to represent the Candomblé, Umbanda traditions of Brazil, also the other traditions who comes from a resilience science to protect lives against the oppression in this slavery time. And this works so well into all these centuries. And it's really important to understand we are not fighting only against something in some government. It's something in the global context, is a heritage from the colonization. So as a post-colonial people, our generation can produce something different, broken the goals of be separate of the nature. To us, in Candomblé and Umbanda and all traditions, Catimbó, we just walk in the direction of that knowledge, like we are nature. Like it was very nice to see the video about that exposition of Daria. This was showing to us, because you know that movement of the tree is the movement who we have the reverence. We call that the spiral time. The spiral time is very different from this time, linear time. No, life is not like a line. Life is like a spiral of possibilities in the diversity. And diversity is a huge opportunity for us to grow and learn. And that technology of information, it's very important to us to put that in many possibilities of dialogue. We need more dialogue in between this diversity. Well,
yes, thank you so much. It's a very important topic, and we've discussed this before, and we came across the fact that there's a serendipity, a kind of synchronicity of different movements saying similar things. You've been saying this for probably thousands of years in the indigenous and Afro-Brazilian world. You know, the indigenous idea that we are part of nature, and that's what people from the ZAD say too. Unfortunately, Jay Jordan and Isabelle Fremont can't join us today. He's under severe he has medication he's taking. But they say at the ZAD, you know, we are nature defending ourselves. We would like to also introduce the one person who hasn't been introduced yet. That's Barbara Kulbasa, also from ZKM. Thanks for joining us. Daria, would you like to get back to us on what Benjamin said about the exhibition at ZKM?
And Barbara, of course, as well.
Of course.
Yeah. Thank you so much, first of all, for the invitation. It's a great honor to be present here and to speak about the exhibition and to enter into a dialogue with you. And I think Benjamin said really an important thing, that we are part of and that's where probably cosmologies of also indigenous people are so from them. Approach also with this notion of critical zone, where there is no escape, go to Mars, though some of humans think so, but we are, so to speak, locked in here on this planet, and we have to reorient ourselves in order to understand how to collaborate with each other, how to make this planet also livable and habitable in the future, and not to. And I think that's also where collaboration is so important. We all in the exhibition we look for the terrestrial, so to speak, and that's also where philosophers like Donna Haraway, for example, play such an important role, because she said we require each other in unexpected collaborations and combinations in hot compost piles, and we become with each other, or we become not at all. And this moment of togetherness, of looking for a common ground where we can start again the dialogue and enter into interdisciplinary dialogue is super important as well for the exhibition as for also for the public program. And that's where probably Barbara could enter with the public program and just say something about this.
Yes, with pleasure. So again, also from my side, thank you so much for inviting us to be part of this incredible panel and this incredible day. And as Benjamin has been pointing out, and Daria has been pointing out, and also what Claire has been saying in her contribution before, it's this notion that we're earthbound, and that Western thought history has actually always claimed that culture and nature are separated from each other and divided. But there's this one quote from Bruno Latour, that I really like, where he says, saying we are earthbound, we are terrestrials amid terrestrials, does not lead to the same politics as saying we are humans in nature. So I think that's kind of an interesting claim towards a new politics also. And personally, I work in the art education department, and claiming a new politics also means claiming a new kind of education. And so that's where I think it's the big question for now: what kind of education does the new climate regime needs? And as Daria hinted, we're collaborating with scientists, ecologists, activists, a lot of local communities from Karlsruhe to learn as much as we can in order to develop a new kind of earthly art education or education. Yeah.
When Barbara mentioned it's Barbara it's mentioned it's kind of politics in museum education, but it's let's hand over to Claire that what kind of politics is needed in this climate emergency. It's in Extinction Rebellion. You have very kind of clear statements what is needed, 3 steps, and how do you see what is the time span of it? Because we are simply running out of time. I mean, one of your principles is tell the truth. So could you comment on that? That how much time do we have? It's just to start to act.
Yeah, thanks. Well, thanks for having me as well. And it's nice to see you all. I think that the situation that we're in, really, we've got negative time. I would say that we're embarking on a lot of the actions that you're seeing happening globally, at least a decade too late. And even that would have been late. So, we've known about this for an extremely long time, right? And the signs have been clear to many, many cultures and communities around the world in all different ways. So the main political suggestion from us, if you like, is that we should have citizens' assemblies, which means bringing people together in randomly selected groups. So there's rules. So you make sure that you have all ages and races and genders, and you can factor in whatever you like to make that randomized selection a representation of the country or the community that you're trying to talk about and with, and then you get those people to deliberate over the best available information. And so you can see the convention in France, which has happened. We had an assembly here in the UK on climate, which had a target of 2050 carbon zero, which we think is completely wrong. We would advocate for 2025, particularly based on inequity around the world. But yeah, the idea of that is that you hold people in in dialogue in a process which encourages empathic response. And when strangers come together with a huge weight of responsibility to enact political work together, they have to cross divides. They have to come up with sensible solutions. We think that is one way to take the responsibility away from lobbied, corrupt, all the rest of it, politics, however it is in our country, and place it in the hands of citizens, which are able to make completely different choices because they don't have all of those ulterior motives and vested interests. I'm sure it's not perfect, but it's our best guess at kind of how to bring people across divides. And in many parts of the world, people are very divided over climate. We're lucky in the UK, it's not really such a partisan issue. But I know in lots of other countries it completely is, right? And so it's also something about breaking down the barriers between the left and the right and the liberals and the, you know, all of that.
I do think like it's so nice to listen to you, Claire, because I do believe the connection of the diversity is something we need in this new global movement. Like each one to know more about each history, because this historical fact, we are people, we have the heritage of a historical situation. So like I listened to the people talking about the revolution in Syria, in Tunisia. We know like each revolution is not solved like that. It's a long historical process. So for this experience also in the context of our environment, we need to be more connected by this way, like this, by this window and many others possible, to know each other and to create a strategy together. That is a great idea.
Yes, I think so. And also telling stories. I think because we need kind of a new collective imaginary of what a future of, you know, living and dying well together might look like. And my favorite quote really of Donna Haraway's is this, the fact that it matters what stories tell stories, and it matters especially whose stories tell stories. And I think that we really have to get even more, like you said, Benjamin, get connected even more, and be really willing to listen to each other and to learn from each other and to tell stories together, because I think that so many stories have already been told that have been forgotten or not listened to enough, and there are still so many voices that are not being heard. And also, I mean, non-human voices, what can we learn from them? How can we align with them? I think there's so much potential and so much hope to gain from that. So I think that especially us as people who shape culture, work in culture, who tell stories, I think there's tremendous things to achieve together.
I think one of the questions we're trying to ask in this entire symposium is the risk of rebellion. Just to kind of bring it back to where it all comes from. So, for example, you have a major rebellion, but then you end up with a fascist dictatorship, as you had in Egypt, or you know, there have very negative consequences. So this is something to bear in mind. And then you hope that there will be another spring. I mean, you know, there's the so-called Thermidor after the French Revolution. There's certain kind of 3 steps backward and so on. And there's lots of ways of it's been put in over history. But we keep trying, as Rami was saying. What we are now kind of asking in this panel is a little bit different. What is the risk of not doing anything? Like it's almost the opposite, right? It's they say, what if we just pretend everything's going to be fine? It's a huge risk because it's just going to be a total and utter catastrophe. It already is for many, many people all over this world. So, I mean, I don't know if any of you have any immediate reflections on this concept of how risk plays a role in nature rebelling against our impunity, our concept of impunity. We can exploit nature as much as we want and abuse diversity and so on without consequences. It's going to backfire. So any thoughts on that, perhaps from Claire or Benjamin? Yes?
Very fast, please. We have to close soon.
We have like 4 minutes to close the whole seminar. So.
Okay, but we'll be quickly. Just like in Brazil, we have this crisis because we have this killer, Bolsonaro, there. But people also are creating strategies to expose these things in the world. And the indigenous people is going to the politics. I think it's very wonderful to see people from the original people from Brazil, the indigenous there, going to the politics. This is something also people need to understand. Be out of politics is something like you let the power in the hand of someone else. So we need to engage ourselves in make revolution in each space we can occupy. Each space, it's the street, is the politics. In each space we can be there, bring a different philosophy, will be possible to change things, to the seeds of change.
Thank you so much. We're going to have to take this now also to the plenary. We have a few minutes to thank the entire crew and the entire team. And thanks first to you on this panel, and great appreciation to our partners at ZKM for making this entire EU project also happen. So we'll see you at the plenary. We're now going to take it to the main floor. Bye-bye.
Bye.
So, friends, comrades, we've made it to the end of the symposium here at Risk and Rebellion. We're about to get to the concert, but the concert will start in approximately 15 minutes. But we are going to go head over to the plenary, which means you guys are going to be getting a link. Everybody who signed up on Eventbrite, click that link now, and you'll go to the plenary session. We're going to be live for the whole world to see, live streamed from the plenary session. For 15 minutes at least. You can then stay there. We will stay there and continue the discussion for as long as we like. While here on this stage, Rami Essam and band will start in 15 minutes. You can watch both, one on YouTube, which is the band, and go to the Zoom here. We're going to post links all over on every chat. Welcome there. And we have a few thanks to make.
And let's know that the Rami Essam band will go on for 2 hours. The gig will go on until 10. We want to thank warmly all the contributors of today, our technical team, Chief Live Lab, our associated partners, Finnish Musicians Union, Finnish Music Council, and many others. But as always, the biggest thanks goes to the artists and ecologists who are putting their lives at risk as we speak. They are the ones who are standing up for the values, for the democratic values, for the human rights, for the economical justice, for the social justice, and for this planet to be saved. But they are also paying the price. They are also paying price for it. So let's have a moment to think about those people, because that's the reason we also gathered today to this Risk and Rebellion Symposium, and follow the work of artists at risk and ecologists at risk.
And spread the public call, because it has to go out through every channel. The more you spread it, the more the chance an artist will be saved from being imprisoned, tortured, or worse. Please spread the public call, artistatrisk.org, go to apply, and now come to the plenary. We're there in the link. Thanks from Marita and myself.
Thank you, everybody who has been following this symposium for 5 long hours, but we hope that you will join the discussion and you will join Rami Essam's concert. Thank you.
Have a good night. Thank you. Bye-bye.
لما تكون شغال بذمة خايف على مصلحة الأمة شغلك يطلع من غير لازمة علشان ما بيعلاش غير واطي طاطي راسك طاطي طاطي انت في وطن ديمقراطي ولما شقك يصبح مش ليك فقرك سد السكة عليك تتلف تلاقي حواليك اما حرامي او متعاطي طاطي راسك طاطي طاطي انت في وطن ديمقراطي ولما الجهلة يبقوا امامك او فوقك ماسكين في زمامك يسوقك على الهلكة امامك تشرب من السم السقراطي طاطي راسك طاطي طاطي انت في وطن ديمقراطي ولما الكلمة تكون بدينك لما تخبي في قلبك دينك لما الذل اشوفه في عينك هتحبطك على احباطي طاطي راسك طاطي طاطي انت في وطن ديمقراطي ولما حميها يكون حراميها وبلاد ورا ظهره رميها طالع نازل واكل فيها مسنود بالبدلة الظباطي طاطي راسك طاطي طاطي انت في وطن ديمقراطي ولما حميها يكون حراميها وبلاد ورا ظهره رميها طالع نازل واكل فيها مسنود بالبدلة الظباطي طاطي راسك طاطي طاطي انت في وطن ديمقراطي طاطي راسك طاطي طاطي انت في وطن ديمقراطي طاطي راسك طاطي طاطي انت في وطن ديمقراطي في عهد الظالم لازم تعاني تفقد كرامتك بكل المعاني وتحرق في دمك سنين مش ثواني واوعى تصدق كلام الاغاني بتاع الحضارة وكان يوماني ده كله هجايس ما يدخل وداني في عهد الظالم العذاب بيناديك تبدأ في يومك حاجات بترازيك في نومك في قومك تعكنن عليك تضايقك ولسه العمص في عينيك مفيش مية تشطف صابونة في ايديك وجسمك ملزق وريحتك عديك وفي عهد الظالم للأسف لازم تقاسي تعيش تتقرف وكل الأساسي في حياتك طرف تنسى الكرامة تنسى الشرف تسرق تنصب تنحرف دمعك يجري جرحك نزف وعهد الظالم لازم ينتهي رايح لشغلك هتحتاج مواصلة وادي المترو واقف كهربته فاصلة وفي الميكروباص خناقة وحصلة واتوبيس فرمله عايزة لها وصلة وتوك توك ده تايه محتاج لبوصلة هترجع لبيتك ده لو كان في بيت هترجع هتندم يا ريتك ما جيت مراتك بتصرخ خلاص استويت عيالك بتطلب هات وكيت تزعق تهاتي يا ناس اتهريت ولا حد سمعك مهما هتيت وفي عهد الظالم للأسف لازم تقاسي تعيش تتقرف وكل الأساسي في حياتك طرف تنسى الكرامة تنسى الشرف تسرق تنصب تنحرف دمعك يجري جرحك نزف وعهد الظالم لازم ينتهي وعهد الظالم لازم ينتهي اضحكوا يا ثورة قالك ايه قلة مندسة اضحكوا يا ثورة قالك ايه اننا بنخرب اضحكوا يا ثورة قالك ايه بناكل كنتاكي اضحكوا يا ثورة قالك ايه خدنا 200 يورو اضحكوا يا ثورة قالك ايه احنا اتدربنا اضحكوا يا ثورة قالك ايه عندنا اجندة اضحكوا يا ثورة اضحكوا يا ثورة اضحكوا يا ثورة اضحكوا يا ثورة. أنا الصاحي في ليل السجن ما يهدى، أنا غضبي مونسني مفيش وحدة تبات النار في سجن رمض، لكن أيدا ما تستناش تغلبني مفيش فايدة. أنا الصاحي في ليل السجن ما يهدى، أنا غضبي مونسني مفيش وحدة تبات النار في سجن رمض، لكن أيدا ما تستناش تغلبني مفيش فايدة. يبات الحلم فوق راسي واشوف نفسي دراعي جناح، وسامع في البراح حسي يسور السجن، ما ظرنيش في يوم يأسي أنا بركان. يا ويلك لو يطول حبسي، اسمع يا كلب السجن كلمة حق، بكرة البيبان تزق لاجل البريء تتهدي لما تقوى كلمة لا. يا كلب السجن كلمة حق، بكرة البيبان تزق لاجل البريء تتهدي لما تقوى كلمة لا. شهيد صاحي ولا يموت، بيصحيك بعلو الصوت، عمر أمانك واستقرارك ما يكون سجن في قلب تابوت. قومي يا مصر السكة طويلة، عدت سنين مجنونة بخيلة، اوعي تهودي الظالم يما، اوعي تعدي عليك الحيلة. يوم 25 الماضي مش مرتاح لسه مش راضي، مش عارف يتسوق عيدك قبل ما يسمع حكم القاضي. يوم 25 الماضي مش مرتاح لسه مش راضي، مش عارف يتسوق عيدك قبل ما يسمع حكم القاضي. جايلك بعد السنين ما تعدي، لسه غضبان كله تحدي، ويقولك لسه جوايا نفس الحلم الصافي الوردي. ازاي يصبح لاجلك عيد، ازاي والحرية بعيد، لسه الحكم في ايد العسكر، لسه في أرضك عبد وسيد. يوم 25 الماضي مش مرتاح لسه مش راضي، مش عارف يتسوق عيدك قبل ما يسمع حكم القاضي. يوم 25 الماضي مش مرتاح لسه مش راضي، مش عارف يتسوق عيدك قبل ما يسمع حكم القاضي، قبل ما يسمع حكم القاضي. يخطر يا ابن 18 موسم غلة، يا معلق السجن في كتفك جوه المخلة. سابوا السلاح في ايديك عهدة، واقف تدبان حكم الصمص ردك مغلوب في ايديك نبلة. اسمعني لو كان الظابط عامل نعسان، لو جيت هنا في صف هيرجع حق الغلبان. خليك مع الحق وصحصح واسمع قلبك، لو مرة هيدب يزلزل عرش السجان. يخطر يا ابن 18 موسم غلة، يا معلق السجن في كتفك جوه المخلة. سابوا السلاح في ايديك عهدة، واقف تدبان حكم الصمص ردك مغلوب في ايديك نبلة. اسمعني لو كان الظابط عامل نعسان، لو جيت هنا في صف هيرجع حق الغلبان. خليك مع الحق وصحصح واسمع قلبك، لو مرة هيدب يزلزل عرش السجان. يا عسكري وسط العسكر واقف خايف، مش فاهم اليافطة في ايدي وصوتي الناشف. الامر مكسور في خيالك وهد الاحلام، الدم كله بلون واحد خليك عارف. يا عسكري وسط العسكر واقف خايف، مش فاهم اليافطة في ايدي وصوتي الناشف. الامر مكسور في خيالك وهد الاحلام، الدم كله بلون واحد خليك عارف. خدت من حكم الأكلان جبن الهرمة، غير مرمطة في بلدك وبلاد الناس خدمة. فلاح وابوك زيك فلاح، راس مالكوا كفاح، يحكمها ليه بس البشوات ايه الحكمة؟ لا مش بلدهم يا مطاوع عبد الستار، شوف زي داركم في الشارع كم مليون دار. مش عيب عليك لبس الجلاليب اصلك مش عيب، العيب عليك تفضل قربك في ايدين جبار. خدت من حكم الاكلان جبن الهرمة، غير مرمطة في بلدك وبلاد الناس خدمة. فلاح وابوك زيك فلاح، راس مالكوا كفاح، يحكمها ليه بس البشوات ايه الحكمة؟ لا مش بلدهم يا مطاوع عبد الستار، شوف زي داركم في الشارع كم مليون دار. مش عيب عليك لبس الجلاليب اصلك مش عيب، العيب عليك تفضل قربك في ايدين جبار. يا عسكري وسط العسكر واقف خايف، مش فاهم اليافطة في ايدي وصوتي
الجحش قال للحمار يابا اديني الحنطور، يابا انت سنك كبر وجب عليا الدور. الجحش قال للحمار يابا اديني الحنطور، يابا انت سنك كبر وجب عليا الدور. كح الحمار كحة وضعت لها الركاب، مش يا ابني بالصحة ده كل شيء بحساب. كح الحمار كحة وضعت لها الركاب، مش يا ابني بالصحة ده كل شيء بحساب. وسوقت الحنطور محتاجة حد حكيم، وانت عينك فارغة همك على البرسيم. قول لي تسوق ازاي وتبني مالي عينيك، حتى حبل اللجام وسعدني عليك. عقل ومطمطمة لا تسخن الركاب، ما تجيش يقعد جنبهم لا تبقى ليلة هباب. نصهم فراس جبار قادر مالوش امان، ويبان عليهم واحد لكنهم فرسان. يابا ده نومهم تقل وبقاله يابا سنين، كل البشر صحصحوا ولسه دول نايمين. يابا ده نومهم تقل وبقاله يابا سنين، كل البشر صحصحوا ولسه دول نايمين. يا جحش بطل هبل بلاش تعيش مغروم، ركبنا مش غربية ولا عظمهم مكسور. بكرة هيصحولك ويزلزلوا الحنطور، وتلاقي في قفاك 80 خازوق محشور. الظهر اللي بيسند دول ساعة ما يقولوا احناش همة طبعا ويعيش شرف الأمة اللي ما ترجعش وتعشق دول ساعة ما يبان العيب على دول ما احناش من دول ولا دول ولا دول دول كانوا فلول دول صباحوا فلول والدور الجاي الثورة زول عالنخبة البيضة أم خلول هي ما احناش من دول ولا دول ولا دول ولا دول مش ماتش عشان اللي يجيب جول ياخد ثورتنا ويروح كل من العهد ومن الناس ما احناش من دول ولا دول ولا دول ما احناش من دول ولا دول ولا دول ولا دول مش ماتش عشان اللي يجيب جول ياخد ثورتنا ويروح كل من العهد ومن الناس ما احناش من دول ولا دول ولا دول ما احناش من عصر لا دول ولا دول احنا الظهر الحامي على القول احنا الظهر اللي بيسند دول ساعات ما يقولوا كلام معدول ما احناش من دول ما احناش هما طبعا ويعيش شرف الأمة اللي ما ترجعش وتعشق دول ساعات ما يبان العيب ما احناش من دول ولا دول ولا دول دول كانوا فلول والدور الجاي بالثورة يزول عالنخبة البيت أم خلول هي احناش من دول ولا دول ولا دول ولا دول مش ماتش عشان اللي يجيب جول ياخد ثورتنا ويروح من العهد ومن الناس ما احناش من دول ولا دول ولا دول تصلك كلماتي رغم مشاغلك يا مجلس أمن الأمم المتحدة ليست هذه أولى رسالتي أرجو أن تصلك كلماتي رغم مشاغلك يا مجلس أمن الأمم المتحدة ليست هذه أولى رسالتي هانذا الإنسان الدامي سن الجهل سيوف الحكام على صمتي ومن الظلمة خلق الظلم ونخاسي أصبحت بلا علم أتبع وسواسي أصبحت عدوا لصديقي فأنا لا أعرف سوآتي أصبحت غريبا في طريقي غيري يقرأ لي وصلاتي يختار لجهلي وجهاتي يا مولاي يا مولاي أمين المجلس والأمناء جميعا في كل أمانات خيانة أحلامي يا مولاي أمين المجلس والأمناء جميعا في كل أمانات خيانة أحلامي قد لا أفهم كل الكلمات بتلفازي لكن أعرف أن هوى السجن ثقيل قد لا أعرف أن أكتب كلمة حرية لكني أحمل معناه فاعلم أن اليوم سيمضي غدا قد ينفلت زمامي يا مولاي فلتحذرني يا مولاي فلتحذرني يا مولاي فلتحذرني أحمر مخيف الثورة دم بينتصر على السيف الثورة سيل أحمر مخيف الثورة دم بينتصر على السيف الثورة سيل أحمر مخيف الثورة دم بينتصر على السيف الثورة سيل أحمر مخيف الثورة دم بينتصر على السيف اشهد يا زمان يا زمان يا زمان ودي جمعة اهي من غير اخوان ودي جمعة يتيمة يا مواطنين من غير اخواتنا السلفيين وانقالوا علينا من غير دين هيرد عمر مكرم بدن واشهد يا زمان وادي ملح الارض في قصر النيل اخوات الشهداء وظهر الجيل ما تقولش علينا عددنا قليل واسمع صوتنا زي البركان وادي جمعة نورها الصور اسمها تحذير واسمها انذار ويا اما السبت نعيش أحرار يا نعيش زي الشهداء شجعان اشهد يا زمان يا زمان يا زمان ودي جمعة اهي من غير اخوان ودي جمعة يتيمة يا مواطنين من غير اخواتنا السلفيين وانقالوا علينا من غير دين هيرد عمر مكرم بدن واشهد يا زمان ولا عمرنا شفنا الشهيد بيطاطي الراس ويبوس الايد وبيمضي عقود على حل بعيد ده الحل بيجي من الميدان اشهد يا زمان يا زمان يا زمان ودي جمعة اهي من غير اخوان ودي جمعة يتيمة يا مواطنين من غير اخواتنا السلفيين وانقالوا علينا من غير دين هيرد عمر مكرم بدن واشهد يا زمان عاش الليل فوق النيل يظلم مصر يهد الحيل سهرة مصر الحرة حزينة تغسل لينا قميص العيد عاش الليل فوق النيل يظلم مصر يهد الحيل سهرة مصر الحرة حزينة تغسل لينا قميص العيد ليلة العيد يوم الوقفة والتصعيد كانت كل الخلق بتجري تحت الضرب شديد ليلة العيد يوم الوقفة والتصعيد كانت كل الخلق بتجري تحت الضرب شديد. واما انا شفت النور بعينيا طالع من قلب البواريد، رحت حضنت النور بايديا ولا بصدر صدت وحيد. واما انا شفت النور بعينيا طالع من قلب البواريد، رحت حضنت النور بايديا ولا بصدر صدت وحيد. انا اللي رحت في حب مصر وقلت عيد، انا اللي في العيد كان، انا اللي رحت في حب مصر وقلت عيد، انا اللي في العيد كان قميصه كفن شهيد. انا الشهيد، انا الشهيد، انا الشهيد، انا الشهيد. سألوني النوني كونوني عن اسمي واسم اللي جابوني، قلت يا ريتهم شطبوني من الدفتر ساعة ما جابوني. ولا كانش الننشي كوننشي في داعي اتكلم او امشي، اتوه في الزحمة انا ما اسألش انا عايش لطب دلوني. زعلان الناني كوناني من مامي ودادي اللي هراني بكلام ملهوش اي معاني، بخطب ومبادئ فلقوني وسابوني. النوني كونوني في الدنيا العالم هرسوني، كلوني بعضني وبهدومي. ويا ريت النيتي كونيتي انا توه عن نفسي وعن بيتي، الاقي ناس يتبنوني. انا اصلي النصلي كون اصلي، حاسس بعضامي وبمفاصلي مطحونه. يا ريتكم تجيبولي دكتوري النوري كون نور، يطبق على نفسي وعلى زور ولا توصل كلمه على لساني. معلش النش كون نش، مش عارف فين اروح اداري وش. لو يوم يا ولادي سالتوني عن صوتي النوتي كون نوت، اللي بلعته بايدي وبسكوتي ووقعت في فخ نصبوهولي. وخلاص الناس كون ناس ملعونة الفكرة اللي في راسي، انا عايز اقول لا حشوني دي اللقة النقة كون طول عمرها مرهونة بزق. هاتوا ايديكوا يلا وزقوني عشان الناني كوناني اصحى من النوم وانام تاني. اما لما تيجوا تصحوني سلامات الناتي كونات على خلق بتدن وتهات. ويا ريت عالسكة تدلوني ونعيش النيش كونيش، انا وانتوا في دنيا حلنتيشي. وامان عليكم افتكرونا لا 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 لا. سألوني النوني كونوني عن اسمي واسم اللي جابوني، قلت يا ريتهم شطبوني من الدفتر ساعة ما جابوني. ولا كانش الننشي كوننشي في داعي اتكلم وامشي، اتوه في الزحمة انا ما اسألش انا عايش لطب دلوني. زعلان الناني كوناني من مامي ودادي اللي هراني بكلام ملهوش اي معاني، بخطب ومبادئ فلقوني. سألوني النوني كونوني. في بورسعيد ضحايا شافوا الغدر قبل الممات، شافوا نظام خير ما بين حكمه والفوضى في البلاد. كان فاكر حكمه يوم هيخليه في أعلى مكان، والشعب الثوري يركع للعسكر زي زمان. اطلق في كلابك كمان والفوضى في كل مكان، عمري ما هديك الأمان ولا تحكمني يوم كمان. اطلق في كلابك كمان والفوضى في كل مكان، عمري ما هديك الأمان ولا تحكمني يوم كمان. في بورسعيد كلاب لما العسكر فتحوا الباب اتطلقوا والفوضى عمت وقتلوا اغلى الشباب منهم كان المهندس والعامل منهم ولاد راحوا وكان مناهم حكمك لاغي في البلاد يا مجلس يا ابن الحرام بعت دم شهيد بكام لاجل ما تحمي في النظام اللي انت منه كمان يا مجلس يا ابن الحرام بعت دم شهيد بكام لاجل ما تحمي في النظام اللي انت منه كمان قلناها زمان للمستبد الحرية جاية لابد ليبرتا كانت مكتوبة يا حكومة بكرة تعرفي بإيدين الشعب تنضفي والآية الليلة مقلوبة قالوا الشغف في دمنا وازاي بنطلب حقنا يا نظام غبي افهم بقى مطلبي قالوا الشغف في دمنا وازاي بنطلب حقنا يا نظام غبي افهم بقى مطلبي حرية 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 خلاص ما بقتش اخاف وسط ارهابك قلبي شاف الشمس هتطلع من جديد اسرق امان خرب بيوت ده كان زمان وقت السكوت الحلم خلاص مش بعيد قال النظام ايه العمل كده النهاية بتكتمل افهم بقى ارحل بقى سقط الطاغوت قال النظام ايه العمل كده النهاية بتكتمل افهم بقى ارحل بقى حرية 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 جوابك في كم القميص الكروب يرفرف إليكي ويرمي السلام أخاف على القميص إذا فتشوه يخاف القميص وينسى الكلام وأخاف من القميص مجرد ما يطلع فينفد بجلده فيحلف ما يرجع ويصبح مجرد قميص والسلام ويمشي مطاطي في وسط العوام ينسى البطاقة ويدخل كمين فيغسل كرامته وسيادة الأمين ويعمل في حقه حاجات مش تمام فيصرخ ويصرخ هيصرخ لمين ويندهغتوني يا عالم حرام فتشبع ليأته كفوف مخبرين ويمكن كمان يفكوا الحزام ويرجع قميص المبجل سجين ومتهم بانه عدو النظام جوابك يا يوصل لبابك، يا إما عليه العوض في القميص وحق القميص. فهكتب جوابك يا يوصل لبابك، يا إما عليه العوض في القميص وحق القميص. حبيبتي يا شابة يا وردة ومحبة، بيكتب إليكي نزيل اللبان، بحيث العساكر وراهم عساكر، وخلف العساكر عساكر كمان. بسلم عليكي وبحضن عينيكي، يا فايتة الأغاني في نقش الحيطان، يا قافلة المواني وقافلة البيبان، فحبسة اللي منك وسد الودان. احنا الحقيقة ونكرة الأذان، فكل اللي فاضل مخالب غيلان، تدوس الأماني وتحرق غيطان، وكل اللي باقي أنين السواقي، وثعلب حرامي وملو السنان، فكل اللي لازم شوية إيمان، لا يرجع نهارك يعدلك خضارك ويحرق بنارك عشوش الجبان. سلامتك يا لوزة، سلامتك يا لوزة، يا آخر عجوزة وأول صبية بعين الزمان. ختاما بحبك، سجينا بحبك، وحرا بحبك، ومهما تعني أحبك كمان. رسالة حبيبك سجين اللي نام، بحيث العساكر وراهم عساكر، وغير العساكر عساكر حيطان. ختاما بحبك، سجينا بحبك، وحرا بحبك، أحبك كمان. تمام بعلاج الكفتة الجبارة. العرس زعيم مش أي كلام، بصباعه يوقع طيار، بيشرد أهالينا في سين، والإعلام بقى كله دعار. شوارعنا كمان ما فيهاش زحمة، لا يوم نتعطل في إشار. في السجن إخواتنا تواملح، والعرس بيحكم بجدارة. ولبسنا العرس اسم الله عليه، هيصل العرس اسم الله عليه. ولبسنا العرس اسم الله عليه، هيصل العرس اسم الله عليه. في عهد العرس بقينا خواجات، وبلادنا هتبقى بلادن. حتى الخوازيق هتكون مركز، الكل هيلبس بنت دستور. لو شالوا طراطير جابوا طراطير، العرس اكيد اكبر طرطور. اصل العرس سوبرمان راح يبني بلادنا من النعان، والكل هياكل بالمجان من خير العرس اسم الله عليه. ولبسنا العرس اسم الله عليه، هيصل العرس اسم الله عليه. ولبسنا العرس اسم الله عليه، هيصل العرس اسم الله عليه. يخلص، احنا اللي بنخلص يوم ورا يوم. عرسي تاجر باسم الدين، عرسي يفصل اي قانون، نخرج من عرس نخش في عرس. العرس الاول كان فرعون، يا دم الشهد على الاسفل. العرس بتاعنا متاجر بيه، لو راضي تضيع حق الدم هيصل العرس اسم الله عليه ولبسنا العرس. هيصل العرس اسم الله عليه ولبسنا العرس اسم الله عليه. هيصل العرس اسم الله عليه ولبسنا العرس اسم الله عليه. هيصل العرس اسم الله ولبسنا العرس اسم الله عليه. هيصل العرس اسم الله عليه. بيولع شمعة ويدعي لك يبارك لك ربنا في الكرش، يديك على قد ما تدينا. هو اللي خربها وجيت انت بتصلح مصر وترفع، وما فيش احمل زي تدعان هدرسه. وهو اللي قطعها ليك شنة ورنة وليك هيب، لايقة على المنصب وكاريزما حرية وعيش وقضاء شام. اما البنزين فما فيش ازمة، والدنيا جميلة وكله تمام، ما فيش مسجون من غيره. واللي عرضه الظل اندست، ناس بتشوشر مش فاهمة. ان كان على الضلمة هنتعود، كان على الجوع مش فارق، ان كان على الصلاة على النبي فحت. بنصلي يا اخويا من غير ورق، من امتى اتعودنا نعار امرك على طول ماشي على الكل. كان على الوضع هو يتحاسب والناس مرتاحة وزي الفل. من حال الناس حال احتار، ناس بتشوف الفول كافيار. لو طلع حكومة بتضرب نار، الناس بتقول اشرب استقرار. من حال الناس حال احتار، ناس بتشوف الفول كافيار. لو طلع حكومة بتضرب نار، ناس بتقول اشرب استقرار. بشتكنا وبشتكنا وعادي، ايادي تسلم لايادي. ايه يعني وماله مفيش مان، وفي كل حالاتك امارات داخليه تفض مظاهرات. والوضع جميل وديمقراطي، تاتا وجنب الحيط ماشي. هكمل عمري وانا انطاطي، لا انا انزل على التحرير تاني. اهتف واطلب اسقاطك، هقطع بايديا لساني. عمري هراجع قراراتك على البركه وسيب بينا وكمل. هيجي لي تنحى وهتحمل، هنزل وانتخبك تاني. يا رب يكتر فتراتك. من حال الناس على الاحتار، ناس بتشوف الفول كافيار. لو طلع حكومة بتضرب نار، الناس بتقول اشرب استقرار. ايه من حال الناس على الاحتار، ناس بتشوف الفول كافيار. لو طلع حكومة بتضرب نار، ناس بتقول اشرب استقرار. Okay. Ready? No. Let's do it. يلي حبستوا الجدع، لسه الجدع برا في السجن. يمكن حد يشبه له من برا. الليلة كان عندنا وسهرنا وحكينا، غنينا من قلبنا ولحد ما بكينا. يلي حبستوا الجدع، لسه الجدع برا في السجن. يمكن حد يشبه له من برا. الليلة كان عندنا وسهرنا وحكينا، غنينا من قلبنا ولحد ما بكينا. كان قهوتي مرة، كان ضحكته سكر، يحشن الغربان جوه سجونكم مين. كل الحبايب امس في القعدة كانوا حاضرين. حبستوا الجدع لسه الجدع برا في السجن يمكن حد يسبق له من برا الليلة كان عندنا وسهرنا وحكينا غنينا من قلبنا ولحد ما بكينا ياللي حبستوا الجدع لسه الجدع برا الصبحية انزل على القهوة اللي في حارتي، ريحة الفول والطعمية افطر واتمزج بسجارتي. اسلم على ناسي واهلي واصبح على جاري وجارتي، الحلوة تشوفني وتنده مظبوطة ساعتها على ساعتي. اتمشى معاها ونتكلم، اضحك واحكي لها وتحكيلي، لحد الدنيا اما تضلم اسكت فتقول طب غنيلي. يا ليل يا ليل اغني فاشوف لمعة عينها، فلاقيها تصلي وتدعيلي، اتوشوش كده بيني وبينها عن سهر الحب ولياليه، واطمن كل اللي شايلها ما انا صايع اصلي في حواريه. تضحك وتقول عارفك شاعر، تلعب بالكلمة وتفاصيلها، تسلك في متاهة يا واد شاطر، تحبكها وترجع تلايمها. انا اصلا مشكلتي في عينها، تاخدني بلاد وتوديني، وبلادي اللي انا اصلا منها بيعني وبتطلع عيني. انا اصلا مشكلتي في عينها، تاخدني بلاد وتوديني، وبلادي اللي انا اصلا منها بيعني وبتطلع عيني. سبتك يا حبيبتي وسبتيني وانا عاشق لسه بحن لها، محتاج تحضني تخبيني. انا هرجع تاني على الحارة لريحة الفول والطعمية، انا زي السمكة في سنارة. انا هرجع تاني على الحارة لريحة الفول والطعمية، انا زي السمكة في سنار طلعت روحها برا المية. تفتيش على بابك، كل ما احاول اعدي اتسمر. بوابة تفتيش على بابك، كل ما احاول اعدي اتسمر. تتشرط بتتأمر، ارجع ادور تاني وادور، كل ما اعدي برضه اتسمر. بوابة تفتيش على بابك، كل ما احاول اعدي اتسمر. بوابة تفتيش على بابك، كل ما احاول اعدي اتسمر. وبتتشرط بتتأمر ارجع ادور تاني وادور كل ما اعدي برضه اتذمر ما لمحني واحد من الحراس قال لي اسمعني يا ابن الناس لما لمحني واحد من الحراس قال لي اسمعني يا ابن الناس شيل الحتة الحلوة في قلبك وعدي والبوابة عمرها ما تزمر عنوان كل حكايته دي أمارة رمضي ساعة وقدام ودي طرقة النضارة عنوان كل حكايته دي أمارة حتى فجأة بيحكي بالأشعار ما فيهاش قصة تجري والنار حتى فجأة بيحكي بالأشعار ما فيهاش قصة تجري والنار كل هدومي زي ما أنا قلبي بطبي كل ما عدي البوابة برضه الزمان برضه الزمان برضه الزمان ونقط وتطلعوا نقط ونقط اهالينا عملتوا انتخابات وكلها نقط وشلتوا وحطيتوا حاجات نقط ونقط حرام تعملوا فينا نقط ونقط وتطلعوا نقط اهالينا بسرح يكون في المكان مش كمان لا بتهلوس زي زمان يكون في المكان مش كمان لا بتهلوس زي زمان لا انا بسرح واكتب وابعت واتكلم واسمع يا معلم واكتب وابعت واتكلم واسمع يا معلم انا مواطن وأطلع رقم قومي محل الإقامة بكوار البنزينة انا مواطن رقم قومي محل الإقامة بكوار البنزينة اوكي لقد فقدت الأحة قدرتها عن التعبير فقدت الأحة قدرتها عن التعبير طبعها ما تتنحى يا قمح بقيت خالص بيوزعوك زي الحشيش قلبت بلطج يلا يا بيه اللي بتعيش اسعارنا في السما هتجيب منين والجيب مفيش سكر زيت بنزين جاز عيشنا مدعم بالازاز عروسه عايزه تتستر والازمه في فلوس الجهاز احا احا شباب زي الورود متمددين في المسرحة حتى العساكر على الحدود كل يوم في مذبحة والناس بتفشخ بعضها والموت تجارة مربحة عيال بيخلص عمرها وهم في طريق المدرسة قرش بتكدب على الملك وكل حاجة كويسة أحا لقد فقدت الأحا قدرتها عن التعبير فقدت الأحا قدرتها عن التعبير طبعا ما تتنحى أحا 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 انت تسمعها يلا تنحى يعني الباقي عاجز بيقسموك بالمسطرة يعدموا فينا الامل وبيقتلونا بفشخرة الزحام خانق يا ناس اشارات مرور متكسرة تهميش خوف احا الظروف بطالة وجوع ازمة سكن وكنيسة مهددة كلاب بتنقش في الوطن احا احا الأحا عجز عن الكلام أصل الكلام كله اتسمع يمين يسار على الحياد الكل معمي بالجشع يا خونة ونصابين يا حزب منتخين أحا فاتورة كهرباء أحا الآثار متهربة وجنودنا بتتخاطب أحا كبيرة منورة أحا أحا لقد فقدت الأحا قدرتها عن التعبير فقدت الأحا قدرتها عن التعبير طبعها ما تتنحى أحا 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 انت تسمعها يلا تنحى ايه الغلابة المطحونين راكبين قطرات ما بيوصلوش لسه المسؤولين بيعرسوا ما بيختشوش والمظالم محبوسين متعذبين ما بيطلعوش بلد من غير قانون وصحافة صفراء مقرفة يسقط نظام جاي من الحدود أوراقه جاهزة نستفى لقد فقدت الأحا قدرتها عن التعبير فقدت الأحا قدرتها عن التعبير طبعها ما تتنحى أحا أحا انت اسمع يلا هيلا هيلا الله هيلا 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 الله هيلا 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 الله هيلا 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 الله. امشي حافي وانا منبت مراكبكم ليه فرش عريان، وانا منجد مراتبكم ليه بيتي خربان، وانا نجار دوالبكم هي دي اسمتي. الله يحاسبكم ساكنين على للعتاب وانا اللي بانيها، فرشين مفارش قصب ناسك حواشيها، انين زواقي دهب وانا اللي ادور فيها. ربي ماهوش حسد لكن بعاتبكم هيلا 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 الله هيلا 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 الله هيلا 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 الله هيلا 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 الله. من الصباح للمساء والمطرقة في ايدي، صابر على ده الأسى حتى نهار عيدي. ابن السبيل انكسى واسحب هرابيدي، تتعروا من مشيتي واخجل اخاطبكم ليه تهدموني وانا لعزكم باجي. ده انا اللي فوق جسمكم قطني وكتاني، عيلتي في يوم دفنتي ملقتش اكفاني، حتى لاسية وانا راحل وسايبكم هيلا 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 الله هيلا 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 الله تاخد لك حبة فازلين حطه عالجرح الطريق تبرد نار وتطفيه يناير هنعيد فيه ويبقى تعالى وارقص فيه ويبقى تعالى وارقص فيه وده يمكن في الأيام الجاية نعمل لك مولد وهدية تلعب فيه بمسدس مية الأسفنات بالعلوية راسك في الباب يا ابو دبوره وشورت وكاب مباحث تنفيذ واداب باستجواب بكلاب وعذاب وعيبط راسك في الباب هتعيط يا اختي يا مسكين خدودك حمر وحلوين وعايزنا نقول لك اسفين ما تاخد لك حبه فازلين حطه عالجرح الطريق تبرد نار وتطفيه يناير هنعيد فيه ويبقى تعالى وارقص فيه صورتك بالسلاح جدع يا باشا كسرت صورة حضرتك بس الحقيقة عشتك كسر الجراح ليه الحقيقة اللي في عينيا ضايقتك ما كانش فيهم إلا صورتك بالسلاح جدع يا باشا كسرت صورة حضرتك بس الحقيقة عشتك كسر الجراح شايف نفسك في عينيا جبان ادي سليم لكن أعمى ادي بجرح في عيني لسان وذاك صورتك في الضلمة شايف نفسك في عينيا جبان ادي سليم لكن أعمى ادي بجرح في عيني لسان وذاك صورتك في الضلمة مع حرارة سجن فيه وردة على بابه فيه سجان كل السجون واحدة ده سجن بالألوان 4 حيطان من نور بتبارك العصيان ليه الطيور بتحج وتصاحب القضبان في سجن فيه وردة على بابه فيه سجان كل السجون واحدة ده سجن بلا ألوان 4 حيطان من نور بتبارك العصيان ليه الطيور بتحج وتصاحب القضبان لن تحبسوا وردة يا دولة العميان يا وطن يا محتل يا شعب غلبوا النوم الليل عليكم هل والحكم فيه للبوم كل الرجال سلموا سنة بطولها تقوم تكشف ضلال كتبكم وتحارب الفرعون وتحارب الفرعون yeah